What the fuck is up? Welcome to AngelOfThyNight Radio, and this is your host, Lord Rick. And I want to wish everybody a very happy Saint Valentine's Day. You know what? People say, well, who's your Valentine? I'm my own fucking Valentine. I'm telling you right now. There's a reason why I'm my own Valentine. I had the worst Valentine's Day last year ago on February 14th. People don't understand, but like, you can't make this shit up, okay? But all of a sudden I seen a light bulb in my head after last Valentine's Day, and I said, you know what? We've never really done a Valentine's Day episode before, where I did stand up and I came up on this big stage, and this is not much of a big stage. This is part of my studio here, and I really don't care, because I like to keep things small. Because my viewers are more like my friends. But we hope that we can bring in new people and new listeners to AngelOfThyNight Radio, because this is going to be a roller coaster ride and you don't know where the fuck it's going today. It's kind of like the Love Boat, the tunnel of love. You go in, you don't know what the fuck's going to go on. You might get a handy dandy, you might get a little tongue. you might not get anything. Just depends on the company you keep. But last Valentine's Day, I went shopping. I call it shopping because I like adult entertainment. I never hide that about myself. You know, sometimes I like to have a little fun, and it's not an all-the-time thing, but I like to kind of relax a little, get a nice massage, an adult massage, maybe a striptease, whatever. Most men do. The differences between those men and this man is I don't hide that from anybody. It doesn't change who I am. I'm a great guy. But still no less, my experience last Valentine's made me think, you know what? We really need to come out with Angel of the Night Radio next Valentine's Day. It was too late to do anything last Valentine's Day. So I timed it perfect so that way we could host a show on Valentine's Day and be like, yo, what the fuck is up, Carson? But anyways, so last year ago, I looked up a girl. I seen a blonde. She had a nurse's outfit. Didn't realize that it was an AI photo. It just took her face and put her on a fucking sexy nurse and shit. And, you know, sometimes it's good to do your research when you're getting a massage or you're in adult entertainment. Search the numbers, search the ads. Make sure that there isn't fake pictures and shenanigans. But this girl says, I got a comfortable, nice condo. Yeah, it was no condo. It was some shithole apartment. I could see the shadow of somebody fucking hiding in the living room. And she brings me in her room, her bedroom. We sit, we talk. You know, I said to myself, well, she's a lot older than in her pictures, but I like blondes of all ages. Everybody knows blondes are like the thing with me. Don't get me wrong, I like all women, but blondes just, for me, do it. You know, I just love them. And I picked her because I thought, you know, she's got cute lingerie, she seems classy, lives in a condo. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? As soon as I got there and I paid for the massage, I made a mistake. I handed her the money right away. She put it in her drawer and gave me like a 5-minute fucking rub down on my back. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? You know, I'm like, whoa, whoa. And she's like, I gotta go to the DMV. I gotta hurry and get ready. All of a sudden, you know you gotta go to the DMV as soon as I arrive. You know, and the whole thing felt fucking slimy, shady. She put a towel in front of my fucking dick, so I couldn't even see what the fuck she was doing behind the towel. For all I know, she could have had some plastic pussy or some pussy soap and was fucking jerking it. Because, you know, you get a fucking handy-dandy when you go get an adult massage. A handy-dandy's part of the perk. But this girl within 10 minutes was like done. I don't even want to call her a girl. She was probably a woman in her 40s. And I started doing more research down the road and found out that that number is shared by 3 other women. And they all look like little Playboy bunnies, but when you meet them, that's not always the case when it comes to adult entertainment. So I went home sad because I got robbed. I did get robbed. I paid for an hour and I only got 10 minutes. And she just like, in the middle of the set, like, she says, I got all kinds of cosplay costumes and lingerie, and when you show up, tell me ahead of time what you want me to wear. I said, well, I want a nurse's outfit or, you know, something gothic maybe. Well, the girl was dressed in like fucking jeans giving me a massage, an adult massage, you know, just like rags. Like almost like something you'd lounge around in your house, you know, just ripped clothes, just like whatever, I'm just lounging around in my slippers. So, I got robbed, and I felt bad last Valentine's Day because I was treating myself, and this is not something I do all the time, but, you know, adult entertainment is part of living life, and, you know, sometimes couples like to go to the brothel or find a third girl because to spice things up, and I want to spice things up. I wanted to get a massage. My back hurts. I have a lot of back pain and all that. And this woman like got dressed, said, I got to go to DMV and they're going to close soon. And I'm thinking to myself, you can only get to the DMV. You got to have an appointment nowadays. You don't have no fucking appointment. Oh, I just got to go because I got to get this plates registered because I'm heading to Texas. Yeah. You're heading to Texas because you think some Texas has a lot of money. He's going to pay you. And it's like, if you put that much of a shitty effort in me, I feel sorry for any guy that sees you out in fucking Texas, because you're probably swindling him for fucking thousands, and you're not what you say. So, the massage was a bust last Valentine's. And then, I was with somebody that I'd been seeing for a long time and been with for a long time. And I took them out to this extravagant dinner. It's a really expensive dinner. And I got other Valentine suits. I wore this one, but I wore a different one last year, dressed all nice. I had compliments by fucking women, man, all over the place. Women were just like, wow, baby. So, but I'm out being respectful, being a gentleman, and we go to dinner, and there's hardly any talking, there's no fucking romance. Get home, the person just is like, I'm done, have a nice fucking night, good night, and went to bed. And they were all pissed off, and it was like, whoa, what did I do? So, the massage was a bust, and then my dinner that I had with someone was a bust too. So last Valentine's Day was just like a horrible nightmare. And then to think the year before, I'm giving flowers out to 2 different women that I care about, and spoiling. And it's a hard thing to digest, because I'm one of those guys that I'm a big teddy bear. I love to be loved, and I love to give love. And this is not my favorite holiday, but for me, I can show love anytime, but it's a special day to just say, you know what? Let's put all the bullshit aside. Let's just focus on each other, have a good time, romance, sex, whatever the fuck you're gonna do. And last Valentine's, I got some fake handy fucking dandy and some massage, like she was afraid to touch me, like, oh, he's gothic, oh, I gotta come up with an excuse. Bullshit, man. The woman told me, I'm not into anything quick. I don't do anything under an hour. And this woman gave me a 10-minute massage, and she sat there and told me that, and I'm thinking, what a fucking meth head. So you gotta be careful in adult entertainment. And so, which is the basis for this radio show today, to have a discussion about it. But I'm going to do some stand-up comedy, because you guys love comedy. And I'm going to give you guys what you're viewing. And you're taking the time to be a fan, to watch the show, to support me, and I'm going to give you guys a fucking show that you're never going to goddamn forget. This shit's going to be burned in your fucking heads. I promise. And you know what the theme of our show is? This is Lord Rick's Hitchhiking Guide to Whoredom. Not stardom, whoredom. And you're going to figure out why that is the theme of the show. And don't worry, I'm not going to all fucking rip off my clothes in one swipe and start dancing in a fucking bikini bottom. No fucking way. Although I will say I do not have a bad body for my age. And I look much younger, and a lot of women believe I'm much younger. It's just like, it's all how you keep yourself. It's exercise, eating right, all those things combined. And I'm proud of myself. But relationships and, I had my own heartbreak the last few months. Because somebody I cared about a lot decided to get a hotel room and screw around with some guy on Facebook dating. And then have an affair for many months and lie. And, it's not the only thing they've done in the past. They've done some other fucked up shit. But it's the lying. And, when you're with somebody you care about more than the world itself, and they lie so much to you, and they do something so hurtful and vindictive, you're just like, I give up on love. This is why I like adult entertainment, because I don't have to have my heart broke. It's just cut and fucking dry. Sometimes, not always. Last Valentine's was not cut and dry. I thought I was going to get lucky after the Valentine's dinner and all the gifts I gave and flowers. And gentlemen, I want to just say something. If you got a woman and you send her flowers at her office, let's say, or you buy her flowers and gifts, because I usually like to buy flowers, chocolates, and then give some gifts, and then take somebody out and dress all nice for them, and, kind of make it about them and be romantic and lovable and sweet. But if you're that way with a woman and you buy her flowers and she don't take a picture with her cell phone and put it on her Facebook and say, look how sweet my man is, she's not into you, man. And that's the problem I had. I had 2 women in my life a couple of years ago, and then recently, and that was the thing, the ladies at the office think you don't have a good guy or a romantic guy. They think you get nothing for Valentine's because you don't take a picture, you don't show it off at your office, And so these people think that I'm just some slime bag that's polyamorous and into adult entertainment, and there's more to me than that. I'm a man of substance, a man of romance. And the thing is, there's been times in my life I've been monogamous to a girl, and then she turns around and lies and cheats and says, well, I want you to be monogamous. Well, then you need to be old-fashioned in our relationship. If you go out of town and I don't hear from you for 3 fucking days, for all I know, you could be having orgies. Which is why I say, instead, if I asked you to be my Valentine, no, I am my own Valentine. Me. So when I say be my Valentine here on Angel and at Radio, I'm really talking about myself. I'm asking myself out. Because I'd be better off going out and treating myself to a nice fucking dinner and jerking off to some fucking Asian porn. Less cost, less pain, less misery, less heartbreak. Why not, right? Come on. Not really. I would love nothing more than to spend my time with quality women for Valentine's. I would. Classy women. I'm not talking about scumbags that are on fucking dating apps that are scamming you out of money and prostituting and looking for meth and seeing 7 guys in 1 week and fucking all of them for a good steak dinner, because I've seen that too on dating apps. And dating apps give people a bad name, man. People say, well, you're mean to women. And I'm not mean to women. I'm very nice. I always write appropriate letters on dating apps and try to be sweet and romantic and have deeper conversations and keep it real. And the only time I have to get mean is if you deserved it. And if you deserved it because you decided after talking a couple days, hey, I want $300 and you can sleep with me, it's like, dude, fucking misconceptions. This is not an adult, this isn't a dating site. It's a dating app. It is not an escorting site per se, or OnlyFans. You know what I'm talking about. And I've gone through that where I thought I've met a great girl and then I find out she's just prostituting me, just playing the game, wants what's in my wallet. And the only bulge you're going to see is the bulge right fucking here. Right here. Not my wallet, because all my money's gone from women taking it all. But anyways, everybody, I'm going to give you a history lesson on Valentines. And then we're going to really delve into the show. We're going to have some naughty Valentines today. We're going to have some Valentine's raunchy humor. We're also going to talk about Lord Rick's hitchhiking guide to Whoredom. I cannot ruin the surprise, but we will get to that section and segment of the show because that's the whole basis for the show. Because I sat there last year and said, you know what? I really need to fucking expose this shit and talk about this shit. And I do. And here's the thing. This show is about entertainment. We get people that all the time try to use what I say. They try to use what I say. I'm an artist. I'm a stand-up comedian. And you try to use what I say to try to blackmail me. And it's like, look, man. I'm self-employed. I'm a self-made man. I still get TV producers that write me and all this shit. So it doesn't matter what you do to me. Okay? Because if you can't sit back and smoke some good green and have a good time and drink some coffee and chill with me, and you gotta be that vindictive or spiteful or hurtful, whatever you want to call it, then you absolutely have no life. And I thought I was miserable for Valentine's. Talk about miserable. You know, people are just, nowadays the whole love game is bullshit, because back in the day, you wanted to meet somebody, you met them at an event. You went to some group activity. Even back in the day, I mean, I used to meet women off like voice chat services, or like before really they had the internet, they had where you dial up to someone's computer and it would have 50, 60 members and you can meet people that way. But I never had a problem meeting anybody until I moved up here to the Reno, Lake Tahoe, Carson City area of northern Nevada. And the attitude's different. People think because the cost of living here is like $2,500 to $5,000 for rent, for renting a house or an apartment, everybody thinks I'm upper class, I'm too good for you. And I had this woman on this dating app. She was like, I don't know, I'd say about 500 pounds, 450 pounds. She was enormous. I mean, and I'm not judging, you know, if that's the way you want to live your lifestyle or you have an eating disorder, whatever the case is. But the way she talked to me is, well, you know what, I'm just going to give you a chance, and that's why I'm liking you, because I read what you had to say. And she acted like she was doing me a favor, like, I'm going to give you a chance. The problem was, when you went through her photos, she almost had no clothes on and was like lifting her, like she took her leg like this and lifted her fat up. And then she had her stomach hung this low, like really low, and she was lifting it and trying to grab her boob. And she was just trying to take like shots with her I don't even want to say the word, okay? But she was trying, her shots were failing. Because that is not that to me, I don't understand. Like, what makes you think I even like any of those type of photos? Every time I see any kind of sexualized photos on dating apps, I'm like, here we go. Because you know women like that get 3 times the amount of men writing them. So when you write them and you say, hey, my name's Lord Rick, or my name's George, or my name's Pete, the next day they're calling you fucking Michael and Sebastian. And you're like, who the fuck is Sebastian? Who's the fucking Michael? You know? And they forget what you tell them because they have so many guys and they just put them all on a list. Well, these guys are meetable, these guys are fuckable, and these guys got money. And I don't want to be I'm not on somebody's shopping list. Sorry. I'm a great guy. I'm not a perfect guy. But I know my worth. I show up on this show and I'm in a fucking suit. I'm not in rags, man. You know what I'm saying? And I host this show for you guys. That's love, man. That's fucking love. With that being said, you know, I want to give you guys a good show. And you guys, some of you might actually learn something from this, which is awesome. Because I want you to get something out of the show. Even if we are talking about adult entertainment. There's a lot you're going to know and there's a lot you don't know. And I might be able to save some of you men major headaches if you decide, hey, I want to go that route because for Valentines, I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have a woman to spoil, so I'll spoil myself. And you might go meet an escort. You might go get a prostitute. You might go to the brothel. I don't know. I don't judge. We're only here for a short time in life. Whatever tickles your pickle, as they say. And for me, you know, I'm okay with paying for a nice adult massage. And I'm okay with having a little bit more because I'm tired of going on dating apps and having women just, you know, here's my Cash App, here's my OnlyFans, pay me, pay me, pay me, and like, yeah, I can look at you, but, you know, how does that do me any good? And sometimes it's about companionship, and you just want to go out with somebody, play a game of pool, maybe some air hockey, go to fucking dinner, come back, make a little love in front of the fireplace. That's what life's about. It really is. And Valentine's Day is about, well, I'll tell you how it started and the dark origins of it. And then you guys will kind of understand why things are the way they are today. But I'm going to tell you right now, on Valentine's Day, there's a lot of fucking cocksucking fucking going on. May I just say? The only one who's not getting any is fucking me, obviously, because I'm here hosting the show for you guys. You know what I'm saying? But I seen an article that there was like some news article that said this is the day of cocksucking, but they tried to say it nicely like oral sex. Like, no fucking shit, everybody's fucking licking something on Valentine's Day. The only ones who aren't lucky enough to get fucking licked are someone like me, because I'm busy hosting the show and I'm just like, after last year, fuck that. I'll celebrate by myself with some Asian fucking porn. I don't care. It's not worth being robbed. It's not worth a 10-minute massage. It's not worth spending $300 on a girl like I did last year. And she takes no pictures of the flowers, doesn't tell her friends that I've done anything nice, and then turns around and gets a nice fucking meal, and as soon as she walks in the door, fucking snoring and is like, I'm going to bed. Fuck you. You know. And so, that's not how I imagine Valentine's Day. Really, I need to move this rug before I trip on it. I'm good at tripping on things. I don't need to trip on anything in this suit. Because let me tell you right now, I have sat here and I've enhanced my wardrobe because I want to look sexy, I want to look good. And I bought myself like 8 suits in the last month. And I buy pretty fancy suits like this. I don't buy just plain blue or white suits. You know, I'm a gothic guy, so I like to show off a little bit of my gothicism. This is not so much gothic as it is dressy. Well, what's under it is pretty gothic. But anyways, I will eventually try to undo some buttons here because it's hot in the studio. We got lights coming down. It is what it is, but I want to host a show and I want to give you guys a nice show. And a naughty show. Nice and naughty, naughty and nice. Here on Angel of the Night Radio live in the Silver State. You know why they call it the Silver State? Because you can buy silver for a woman and she might be just as happy as if she got gold. I'd rather have silver than gold anyways. I think silver looks bomb on me. I got a bunch of silver rings and shit. Love silver. You don't ever see me with gold rings, do you guys? Because I love silver. And Nevada is known for its silver mine. That's why they call it the Silver State. But just remember, everybody, while you're busy fucking and sucking, I'm in fear and just trying to survive Valentine's Day this year. I don't want to play the Cupid fucking game. Or I don't want to be shot in the ass by fucking Cupid and end up in another bad situation like last year ago. I was stressed, I wanted a massage, didn't go as planned. She robbed my money. She took that shit and was like, I'm going to the DMV. And that's what a lot of prostitutes and hookers do. As soon as you give them money, they get rid of you because really they want to go buy drugs. And it was a slow day and they got no money for a couple days and they're just like, this fool paid me $200. I'm going to go buy myself pizza and I'm going to go get myself an 8-ball and this and this and that. You know what I'm saying. And we'll talk about that because I got a story for you guys that'll blow your fucking minds. So stay tuned here on Angel of Thy Night Radio. And this is your host, Lord Rick. Things are heating up here on Angel of the Night Radio, so you're going to want to watch the whole show. Even if you watch it half hour by half hour, just take a half hour a day and watch the show. Unless you want to sit there for a few hours, put it on your TV, listen to it, sit back, smoke some bud, have a laugh, man. You know, it's all about having good fucking times, and I don't think people understand. I built this show on freedom of speech, expression. I built this show on 420. Because it was one of the only 420 shows back in the day. Too many people were scared of getting arrested because it wasn't legal and all this other shit being kicked off the air, and not me. I was on there smoking on webcam fucking live, man. And I still am doing it to this day. Although in Nevada it's legalized and they're starting to come out with shrooms and all these other cool things you can buy. And I just went to a new dispensary, man. I got fucking like 2.5 ounces dirt cheap, and you know, it's just good. It's just all about good times, man. You know, I'm never going to be dry. I am like the 420 king. So I promise you throughout the show, I'm going to have to smoke for my own fucking sanity so I don't, you know what I'm saying? Because this show is a beast, man. This show's always been a beast. And I love hosting the show for you guys, but I don't do it as much because if I did it all the time, you wouldn't appreciate it. So if I do it once in a while, you definitely will appreciate what we're trying to do here. There we go. It's like fuel for the fucking brain, you know what I'm saying? Oh! She wants me to marry her. Yeah, no thanks. I don't think I'll ever get married. You know, I thought about it. I want a family. I really want a family. I want a girl to have more children with, even if we do in vitro. But I want a family. I don't think marriage is for me. In the last couple of years, I've suffered so much heartbreak between family, women, you know, the person that I was living with, all that. And I just asked myself, why? Why would they do such a thing, you know? This big, lovable guy. And I spoiled the hell out of a woman. When I love a woman, she's spoiled forever. Unless she chooses to not want that or fucks it up. Then I'm just like, you know, you keep lying to me, you want to mess around with all these guys, fuck it. Most of the women I've been with have been lesbian and bisexual girls, so we've always messed around with other girls, you know. But so every once in a while you end up with a girlfriend who likes fucking bukkake fucking videos and gangbangs and shit, and you know, so you're never good enough because there's only one of you, and they want more like 10 of you, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, I want to talk about the dark origins of Valentine's Day, guys, okay? The 14th day of February was for love and affection, honored one or two of the early Christian or Catholic martyrs named Saint Valentine. However, the ancient Romans, Emperor Claudius II, executed two men named Valentine on the 14th, different years apart, supposedly. And this was around the 3rd century, so I'm not sure in particular what the dates are, but the 3rd century. But the martyrdom was honored by the church, of course, I believe the Catholic Church, in celebration which they would call or come to be St. Valentine's, which is February 14th. There was also something else I looked up which is rather interesting too. The Romans celebrated the feast of Lupercalia. I don't know if you guys ever heard about Lupercalia, but it was like some feast from around February 13th maybe to the 15th, where men and women had taken off their clothes and were nude. A lot of drinking going on, a lot of little sexual games, touch and feeling. Maybe you could say orgies. Kind of like at one time in Greek culture that was quite popular. But the feast was basically a feast for adults to have a naughty time. And you know everybody looked forward to that, because you could be married to a woman and be like, I'm going to the feast, and the wife's like, so am I, and you know, and everybody's having a good time, just all out in the same fucking room, you know. But the Romans had this celebration of the feast, and they would eat, and there was games and other things that went on, okay? A lot of the women would want to be hit because they thought it made them fertile. So they would take big warriors and, you know, bam, would hit the women. But the women wanted to be donkey punched. So that's where that comes from. If you ever find one of these crazy women, it's like, donkey punch me. It's like, I'm not into making marks on girls. I'm not into that shit. I'm not into the hardcore B&D and S&M shit either. I've had women try to not want to date me because I won't make marks and purple marks all over their body, and I've seen it on some of the fetish sites. It's a real popular thing. It's like, that reminded me of Lupercalia. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing. They would also have a lottery, but during the feast they would have a pot or a jar with raffle tickets, and you could end up winning sex, basically, or a partner, or a wife, or a husband, whatever the case is. But most of the time, men put their names in the lotto, and then certain women would be given to those men as a lotto prize. Kind of bizarre, but it was never meant as a bad thing. It was just a celebration of sex and lust and feasting and finding partners and doing what you can to enhance your fertility, perhaps, because back then superstitions ran amok. And some women believed that the strongest man hit them, they would become fertile. It's just they had weird beliefs. Those are weird beliefs. I don't think anybody's going to want to hit me and say, hey, I'm going to smack you, Lord Rick, until you produce me children, damn it. Until your sperm becomes strong enough to swim to up in my ovaries, to my egg. Okay, hit me some more, please. Hit me some more. Please. But back then, they did what they could. Fertility was a big thing. It was always about have as many children as you could and make sure they were warriors in the Roman army. Make mom and dad proud, go off to war and try to take over all of Europe, you know. Anyways, as the years passed around the 500th century, there was a pope. His name was called Pope Gelasius. And what he did is he combined St. Valentine's Day and Lupercalia and Lupercalia together because they were superstitious and thought that the church did not need pagan practices involved with religious holidays, so they combined them. And basically it toned it down. Instead of all the nudity, there was still a lot of, there was affection and celebration of love and dancing and all those things, but people were clothed. That was the difference. Like, for example, you showed up at the cathedral of the church for the feast, you were not showing buck fucking naked. You would in Lupercalia during the Roman times when they were strongest around 200 AD, of course. And back then, it was the Roman Empire. They just had all these weird holidays and traditions. Let's not forget the Pope was the focal point of the Roman Empire. Rome, the capital. That's, so the Pope could do whatever he wanted. He was a powerful person, so he combined the holidays because he didn't want this little side holiday to interfere with all the religious holidays. For example, you got St. Patty's, you got St. Valentine's Day. And we believe that, I don't know how many saints there are. I know the Catholic Church has a lot of saints, so it's basically you're saying a couple men died with the name Valentine, so we're going to just call them both saints. Were they saints? We don't know. Why were they executed? What the fuck did they do? Are we celebrating Saint Valentine who did something horrendous and the Romans executed them? Were they stealing apples from a fruit stand, or were they raping and pillaging? We may never know. And then of course you have the Normans, and they celebrated what is known as Gallatin Day. Gallatin Day. Gallatin means lover of women. Now I like that holiday because I love women. I love all women almost. But with all the crazy women that I've encountered on dating apps, my perspective has changed. Now I'm just at the point like, you know what? I don't need to end up dead in a fucking trunk somewhere. It's getting scary out there with the way people act, and nobody knows how to communicate, talk, love, share affection, go on dates. It's all about, well, I want to see more pics. I want to see more pics. Why? What is the pics going to do? I might be better looking in person and nicer in person. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to size me up with 15 other penises is what you're going to do. This meat looks good. That meat looks good. That's a good cut. I'll take those 3 cuts. Those 6 cuts can go to hell. Even though those 6 cuts were nice to me and wanted to take me out to dinner. You know what I'm saying? That's the mentality nowadays. Trust me, folks. But lover of women. So people got the holiday Gallatin Day confused with Valentine's because it was also around the 14th. And then, of course, eventually, in the Western world or whatever, word got out of this holiday, immigrants carried it on over because, through the centuries, even in medieval times, they were giving out cards. That's where the idea of give a card to someone came from. And flowers and things like that. Hallmark, in 1913, Hallmark definitely made Valentine's a holiday here in the United States because they realized that this is the biggest time of year where they make the most profits. So they were fucking pumping out cards left and right. And of course, if you ever went, well, most of you have gone to American schools, but when I grew up as a kid, for many years we gave Valentines to our classmates. We'd make a heart and we'd collect them all and from different classmates, or you could have somebody you could give one to. There was that. But Hallmark made it official. And so that's a little bit of history of Valentine's before I go into this dirty motherfucking show. You know what I'm saying? I want to get the serious part over with because once I fucking get stoned and I go take you guys to new places, there's no going back from that shit. No going back. But I enjoy hosting the show for you guys because you're going to get something out of this. Whether you laugh, cry, get pissed off, I will get reactions out of all of you today. This is a strawberry chocolate. This strawberry chocolate coffee. There's some other things in it too. Perfect for the show. And when I host this show, I'm loose and relaxed. I don't care if people don't want to see marijuana smoking. Even if you notice in the beginning of the show, I showed off my pistol. Because I am proud of the Constitution. I am proud of my rights to be able to carry a pistol. And yes, I'm still going to carry it on me even if I go out to dinner for Valentine's Day because I protect the people I love. That's part of being a Valentine. You're also a protector. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to protect the people that I care about and love. It doesn't matter how you look at it. But by all means, if you want to go out to dinner nowadays and you don't carry your pistol and you get involved in adult entertainment, there are people that will sit there and they will rob you, they will kill you, they will beat the shit out of you. We'll get to that in a moment. Because I'm trying to give you guys all aspects of adult entertainment today so you can kind of understand and weigh your options. I don't always weigh my options because I get excited. I'm like, oh, a massage? You know, who doesn't want a massage by a beautiful lady and having her hands all over you and body? I just... You know, I mean, we're all only human, and that's what Valentine's Day was based off of. It was a day for love, affection, even lust. I mean, it is the truth. And that is history, and that is notable history. If you understand how churches just created holidays out of nothingness, pretty much. Oh, we're going to name this guy, you know, this is St. Nick, and St. Rick, and St. Pete, and St. Gabriel, and we'll have holidays for them all. Any excuse to drink and feast and fuck. You know what I'm saying? Now you guys know that the heart is a symbol for Valentine's, correct? With that being said, you guys know that the heart is a symbol for Valentine's. And I'm one of these people that, like, if I see a symbol, I see an object, I start having perverse thoughts about it. I start thinking, oh, that looks like that, and that looks like this. And I can't help it, man. Some of us are just good at being naughty. Some of us are good at being nice. I'm just a little bit of naughty and nice, especially on this show. But heart shapes, heart shapes. What's heart shaped? A lot of women's asses have a heart shape. I don't know. I'm not saying all asses have a heart shape. I'm saying a lot of women's asses have a heart shape. I was watching, I have a lady friend that has a heart-shaped ass. She's always taking photos of it on Facebook. It's like the perfect fucking heart, man. I'm just like, oh my God. Fucking Valentine's, 365 days a year. Tits and ball sacks. I see heart shape in my nutsack. It's shaped like a heart. It really is. It really is. I'm not showing you, but you can take my word at face value here. Boobs. Not all women have heart-shaped boobs, but I have met a girl one time. I had a girlfriend that had a heart-shaped boobs. It was just incredible. But I'm like, Valentine's Day. It's one of those things like, you'll celebrate Valentine's Day February 14th. But if you have a woman with heart-shaped tits, a heart-shaped vagina, a heart-shaped ass, you're literally celebrating Valentine's every fucking day. Every fucking day. And that's going to cost you some money. Because you get a girl with perfect heart-shaped this and heart-shaped that. That's going to be expensive, gentlemen. It's going to be expensive. Just saying. But I also know that Peter Griffin's chin is kind of heart-shaped too. And it comes down like this and fucking like a heart. You know what I'm saying? So you can see heart shapes in everything in life. And it can be like Valentine's Day every fucking day of the year. Good God. That's got to get expensive. Flowers, cards. It's an expensive holiday. People like to say it's a Jewish holiday, but it isn't. It isn't. What people don't understand, you got to know your history. It derived from the Roman Catholics, the Romans, the Christians. It's a religious holiday, and it didn't start. Jewish people did not come up with this. It was a bunch of naughty Romans that were sitting there nude having orgies that said, you know what? Today we feast. One day a year we reserve for orgies and sex and dirty fucking and sucking. One day a year, maybe 3, from the 13th to the 15th. And by the way, we will feast. It's like, I bet you will feast. They're not going to just feast on food. You know what else they're feasting on? Each other. That's the whole point. And you need 3 days? God, my fucking dick would be sore. Start on the 13th and go to the fucking 15th? Holy shit. It's like you better fucking not do anything for a few months. Give yourself time to fucking build up for the fucking sexathon. You know what I'm saying? The sexathon. But you know what the best gift is? For fucking Valentines? But you know what the best gift to give a woman for this Valentine's? Is this. You know what this is? It's a ring box. And you open it up slowly and you show her you have an egg. Since eggs are so expensive, trust me, there are some women that would be okay with an egg, given the price of eggs these days. And that's because of bird flu, and we have our first human case in the United States, and guess where it's at? Northern Nevada. It's up here in Nevada. A rancher got it off some of his cattle because they got sick, and you know, it's the way the world is nowadays. Dangerous place, man. If people aren't trying to fucking get you, diseases will. And Nevada has a high STD rate, too. I just want to add that in. Because up here, it just seems like all everybody wants to do is fucking, and that's it. And they don't care who they fuck. Well, I mean, because I'm self-employed, but the one office that I go to, and I do some work at, in between all this, there's women that work there, and they talk about, you know, I went to Jimmy G's, and I went home with this guy, and I might be pregnant, and I don't know who he is, I don't know his name. It's like, my suggestion is, have you ever heard of the prophylactic? The prophylactic? Come on. You know what I'm saying? But I hear shit. Heard another one where this one girl was having sex with like two guys a day off Tinder. So that way, because she couldn't afford to feed herself, so she figured if I date 2 guys a day and fuck 2 guys, I can get breakfast, I can get dinner, I can get lunch, I can get dinner. Yeah. So I hear shit from the fucking grapevine. But if I were you, gentlemen, this year buy her a fucking egg in a ring box. Be one of the best things you ever fucking do. Given the price of eggs. Of course, pretty soon everything's going to go up, so it's not going to matter. Doesn't matter what food product. It could be beef. If the cows start dying off, beef's going to get expensive. Steak's going to get expensive. So you may not want to go out for a steak dinner. May I suggest Italian for Valentine's? Nothing like a good Italian dinner. Love Italian food. My God. I'm half Italian. I was raised with Italian food, but I went out for my birthday last year ago for a nice Italian feast and dinner. And, I mean, the food was just so good. So good. And I had seafood and everything. So, you know, that's always an option too, gentlemen. And ladies too, because there are ladies out there, and kudos to all the women that do nice things for guys, like take them out to dinner, spoil them, give them unlimited amounts of blowjobs. You women are awesome, and even mess around with other girls for your man and stuff. Those are the best type of women. But you know what? Poetry is another nice way to show somebody you love them and you care. And you know what, guys? Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm using my hand thinking of you. Oh! Maybe not that kind of poetry, but it's poetry, right? Poetry is poetry. And you could also say it like this. Roses are red, violets are blue. Get on your knees. You know what to do. There's always that one too. Get on your knees, you know what to do. Here's the thing, this show is vulgar, so I would recommend at this point, if you can't handle a vulgar comedian or dirty humor, don't watch our show. We're always going to get people that complain and they don't understand that our show, yes, I sometimes run the paranormal aspect of our show. We're not doing any weird paranormal shit today. We're not talking about ghosts or aliens. We are talking about the fundamentals of what being an adult is like in today's age. And it is almost laughable. It is pretty funny when you think about it. But at the same time, it's not funny if you're on the shit end of things, if that makes sense to you guys. Anyhow, you know how I brought up brothels earlier to you guys? Let me tell you about brothels. Anyhow, you guys remember how I mentioned brothels earlier? Well, as you know, some amount of prostitution is legal here in Nevada. And there are brothels which are in more remote parts of Nevada. They never put them in the middle of Carson City, your town. But there are a few miles. You leave outside of Carson City a few miles, there are a few brothels. And I've known a madam that used to work there, and a lot of the women lived in her apartment complex, and they would drive to work and go work on a weekend. And you know, some of those women make $150,000 to $200,000, which is some pretty decent money. But she also told me that a lot of the women at the brothels had STDs. They had drug habits. Technically, if you work for a brothel, they're supposed to drug test you, and they're supposed to give you regular tests for STDs. But it's probably not going on as much as you think. So if you go to a brothel and you're paying $300 for a fucking blowjob, just keep that in mind, that, you know, you're really not, you really get what you pay for. Honestly, I'd rather go walk into a college and give some pretty female student $300 for some adult entertainment than a brothel. Because what goes on there, she told me as a madam what goes on there. They're supposed to follow regulations and rules, and they don't always do so. And that's all you need, is to be at a brothel and the condom breaks and the girl's not clean. You know what I'm saying? So I think brothels are a good idea. I think they should legalize paid sex across the country. It does cut down on sexual assaults and all these other things, because men can find an outlet and they can role play with a woman, whatever they want to do. And don't get me wrong, I am very anti, before we go on with this show, let me just say, I do not like rapists. I do not like child molesters. I do not like men that attack women to satisfy their own sexual desires. When something is given and something shared mutually, it's a beautiful thing, obviously. Same thing with a brothel. I've never been with any woman in adult entertainment I didn't respect. I have respected all the women I met, even in the adult entertainment business, because I'm not there to disrespect anybody. I'm not even there to judge. I'm there to have a good time. But the brothels is the last place I want to have a good time. And, you know, they get porn stars and special guests and things like that, and that's pretty cool, too. But the shit that goes on at these places, you can't always trust. But I do think that every state should legalize that, because what somebody does with their body, as well as their money, is their own business, correct? But that's not how people view things in life. Everybody wants a judge, and plus, you know, we have the Bible Belt and all these things, and it's funny because in the Bible Belt, they don't want brothels, but they'll go pay for a street hooker on Jimmy Crack Corn's fucking farm or something. You know what I'm saying? It just blows my mind. Like, if you go in an establishment, you play a game of pool, you have a drink at the bar, and you decide, hey, one of these ladies wants to take me in the room, and, you know, at the same time, it's all legit. Cool. And that's the way it needs to be. It needs to be kosher and legit. Unfortunately, it's not always legit, because even some of the women that work at the brothel, when work's slow, they're sitting there on dating apps trying to lure guys in like me. Oh, you're lonely? Well, give me a couple $100. I had this one woman contacted me. She worked at the brothel, but work was slow through COVID, and she sends me a message and says, can I come over and fuck your dog and you could give me a couple $100? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? That's what I said. So what the fuck are you talking? I blocked that bitch as soon as I could. Because I'm like, look, man, I am not into bestiality. I'm sorry. I'm not into that shit. And when a woman decides to proposition you and says, well, you know, work is slow, COVID, I'm not working at the brothel as much, but I'll show you a good time. Why are you mentioning my dog? Oh, I seen a picture of your dog, he's attractive too. Yeah, I'm good. I'm really fucking good, dude. You know what I'm saying? I will go back to my kitty corner and watch my Asian porn, thank you. You know? But I want to thank everybody for watching Angel of the Night Radio. This is Lord Rick, and we're live here in the Silver State. And this show seems to be getting a little heated up, so we're going to go ahead and we're just going to throw the hat over there, and I'm going to unbutton this a little bit. Because, you know, we got a show to host. But I'm going to tell you right now, I like to be comfortable in my studio. And I tell people all the time, I'm like, look, man, this show is not some shit. This is not like George Norrie of Coast to Coast. Okay? We take you to places that most humans don't get to go. The thing is, it's invaluable, almost priceless to have somebody tell you the way it is nowadays. It's rare. And so that's kind of what the show brings to you guys, is we get to be able to tell you our expressive views. Even if you don't agree, you don't like them, this is stand-up comedy. You can decide what's real and what's not real. Everything I might be telling you is real. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. The point is I'm an artist. And artists need to be able to do their work, do their thing, and not have to deal with, for example, people using their work against them. So as I was saying, this is why I'm not anti-brothel. I think brothels should be allowed to be open. I think if somebody wants to do that kind of lifestyle, some of the women enjoy working at brothels. It sometimes gives them a place to stay, too, off the streets, and keeps them safe. So I'm not against it, man. I'm all about the safety of women. And I want, as a gentleman, when I take a woman out, it's because I want to wrap my arms around her and keep her safe. Does that make sense? That's the type of guy I am. And I'm the same way when it comes to adult entertainers, and I tell them all the time, you're way safer using me. Because I'm the last person that's going to rob you. And the woman that I met for the massage last Valentine said someone had robbed her recently. 2 guys had robbed her, and 1 guy raped her. And I'm like, you're not going to get none of that from me. And I was a complete gentleman, and she gave me a 10-minute massage and robbed me. And it was like, I got money for the DMV. And it was like, dude, what the fuck? You know, I just didn't give you money so you could just, like, ditch out to go pay your bills, you know? I mean, because massages to me are important. It's the only way I get relief. Pain pills aren't working. I have too many pain problems, too many issues with my joints and arthritis and fibromyalgia and discs that are crumbling in my neck and my back. I'm in excruciating pain all the time. But, you know, obviously you guys know what happened last Valentine, which is why I am my own Valentine. You see? I'm my own Valentine. But anyways, you know, I sat here and I undid the clothing a little bit because it gets hot in the studio. No, I'm not stripping for you guys, I promise. So in adult entertainment, I'm going to teach you guys something really important. Now, I wrote this list. I produced this show ahead of time. So I know what kind of going to happen and kind of not going to happen. But I know what I want to cover with you guys because it's important to me. These are the top 12 tips to whoredom, okay? Because if you're going to go out and you're going to get... The thing is that a lot of women in brothels want whoredom. They want to become porn stars and famous and make lots of money. But in a sense, if we utilize adult entertainers, aren't we sort of being, like, taking a step up to whoredom too? I mean, it kind of goes both ways, right? But anyhow, let me give you guys these tips. And try to learn from this, because if you learn from experience, you're going to be in balls deep, and you're going to be hurt. And I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that at all. Never give no money up front. Ever. Like, I one time met this woman, this was a baby, called a babysitting whore, had like 3 kids in a hotel room and some crackhead boyfriend, and she says, I need to pay to sit or I'll come right back and we'll go hang out. And I've been talking to this girl for months. And then she doesn't come back. I call the police. I'm like, she robbed me. She really did. I mean, it wasn't like I was promising her, paying for sex. The fact is that she was doing this with like 100 guys. I touched base with like 100 guys. That's why you don't give money up front. Because if you hand somebody money and they decide to run up to their hotel room, that's it. And I came back a couple days later and I parked outside the hotel. And she was doing crack with her man. And I believe there was little kids in the hotel room as I walked past. And I'm just like, what a fucking loser, man. Stole my $60 just for a fucking hit. You know what I'm saying? Never give money up front. Unless you want to be robbed. It's the same thing online. Oh, give me half now, and when I meet you, I'll take half. No, they take that money, and that's it. They ghost you. So, don't do that shit, okay? Don't be fucking dumb. A lot of people are thieves. And some of them might be from Africa or some dude. Or some chick with a fucking dick. You know what I'm saying? So, gentlemen, no money up front. Same with you ladies, because ladies utilize adult entertainment. There's ladies that like female escorts, too. I can't say I blame them. There's a lot of pretty escorts. Someone can grace the centerfold. It's just they choose to be in that life, and that's their choice. If you choose to use them. No money up front. Always bring your own prophylactics or condoms. Okay? Because you're going to sometimes find out that some women don't even have them. And it's like, look, I ain't fucking you raw. Because you probably had somebody a half hour before. You know what I'm saying. Always bring your own condoms, gentlemen. Because if you got a big schlong and she doesn't have magnums, your fucking shit's gonna burst out of that like fucking aliens. Ah! And you know what? You're gonna let all the funk out in. You want funk? Don't bring your own condoms. You want to avoid the funk? Bring your own prophylactics, please. Always pack some heat. You guys think I'm just showing you my gun for nothing? There's a reason why I have the gun out. Because you should always pack heat. I always have heat. If you're going to rob me and shit's going to go wrong, for some reason you might say, hey, come to my condo and rob me point blank with a knife and say, I'm taking your wallet, your money. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because I pack heat. And if you put your hands on me, I have a right to defend myself. And trust me, I'm a strong guy. I got rings on my fingers. I'm strong. I don't need the heat. I don't even care if you're a dude. Because I'm probably bigger than you and stronger than you. I got real strong fucking hands. I used to be a wrestler too. And a quarterback and a basketball player. I am strong. I climb mountains. So you don't want to fuck with me. You can bring the heat just so you save yourself getting in a scuffle with perhaps being jumped by a couple dudes. Because that shit happens too. Oh, show up to my place. You come in, there's two big dudes and they put you against the wall and take your fucking shit. You don't want that. Trust me. Do not pay excessive amounts of cash. If some woman tells you she's a crackhead and in ripped clothes and you find her on the street, she says, I'm worth $500. I remember one time this woman invited me to her car to hang out and smoke some weed, and I'm cool with that. If you want to smoke weed, I will show up, we will smoke weed. That's fine by me. I'm a pothead, I'm a stoner. You know, I enjoy the 420 lifestyle, I will share my weed with you. I'm a nice guy. Okay? Somebody knew that, invited me to their car. Then it got real weird when they started asking me for crack and meth and if I know somebody. And the thing is, you know, this woman tried to tell me that she used to give $500 hand jobs. I mean, this girl was like short hair, total meth head. I mean, she was not attractive, skinny as fuck, just, you know, was living with some dude, you could tell. You could tell by, I'm observant, so I could tell there was a lot of, like a truck a dude was working on, and tools all over. It's like, you're not getting under that truck. You live with the guy. Whether you're married or not, and he's at work, you know what I'm saying? You're just pulling some shit. She tried to tell me, well, if I ever gave you a hand job, you'd have to give me $500. Really? For a hand job? Whatever happened to the $10 handy dandies? Those were the fucking days. But no, seriously. Like now there's inflation on handy dandies. We're talking about like 150% inflation. Like Oh, I know the handy dandy only costs like 20 bucks nowadays or 30 bucks, but you know what? I'm going to charge you $500. And I'm thinking to myself, for $500, I could get 2 fucking porn stars in Reno. For $500, I could have fun for fucking 2 hours, 3 hours with 2 hot blondes for $500, you know, in their 20s. This girl had so much mileage on her, I wouldn't even taken a hand job because I'm pretty sure that the warts on her hand probably would have gave me warts on my fucking Mr. Happy. And I am not getting warts on Mr. Happy. Okay? He's not going to become Mr. fucking Potato Head and shit. Fuck that. Yeah, Mr. Potato Head. So, I almost laughed at her face because I'm thinking, man, you're a stupid lady. I can go to the brothel and pay $500 and get a 2-girl special. And there'll be fairly 2 pretty blondes in their 20s or an Asian and a blonde. What the fuck would I pay you fucking $500 just to fucking stroke my willy for 30 seconds? Why? Why? Be careful you don't get swindled. If you're going to pick up a woman that wants to have adult fun, she wants to go all the way to Whoredom, pick her up on the streets, in your vehicle. Don't go to her place, because they all say they have this lovely place, it's private and safe. It's never safe, it's never fucking private, you don't know who the fuck is filming in the closet. Better to pick someone up, you're in your car, your domain, and you're in a safe situation because you can back out and be like, you know what, you're fucking weird, you can go back to doing whatever you're fucking doing, you know. In Buffalo, if you stopped at a stoplight, girls would just get in. I never even asked, one time I didn't even ask for a woman to get in. I was at a light, waiting at a stoplight in downtown Buffalo on like the east side. All of a sudden this like hooker just like opens the door and gets on in and sits down. It's like, whoa, dude. I wasn't looking, man. I'm on my way home. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. So, you know, just keep that in mind, guys. Make sure they speak English and not another language. Because one time I met this woman and she spoke completely Chinese. And she was scared, and she was inexperienced, and I felt really bad, and I ended up like not doing anything with her, because you might end up with somebody who doesn't even understand what's going on. They may have been kidnapped, they could have been put into slavery, and you know, if I see something weird, I'll let the cops know. Problem is the cops don't want to do shit and look into it. You can make an anonymous report and they can look into it. But I'm not into sex trafficking. If women enjoy their rise to whoredom, fine. This is Lord Rick's Hitchhiking Guide to Whoredom. And if you want to do it, by all means do it. There's nothing stopping you, but when you get somebody that's so scared, you know something's up, and then the fucking sheets are fucking all wet because someone just left. It's just like, whoa, dude. And the problem is those women aren't keeping any money. They're not even allowed to leave. They're slaves. And so I had a bad situation where a woman spoke Chinese and there was just no communication. The woman that I spoke to on the phone was English. And she's like, I'm pretty good looking and I'm in college. And then when I showed up, it wasn't the same woman in the pictures. It was some woman who didn't speak any English. It's like, would you just come over here on the boat? Be careful, gentlemen. If they don't speak another language and there's language barriers, don't fuck with it. As a matter of fact, know your surroundings, and if it seems illegal, turn that shit in. Save the girl, be the hero. If you can, try not to go for a massage, because all these adult entertainers and escorts say, oh, we'll start off with a massage. None of them know how to give massages. Seriously. Like, most men just want a woman to talk to and get a good massage. It's not always about fucking and sucking and sex and this and that. It isn't. It really isn't. Some guys just want a nice massage because, you know, you get lonely. Nobody massages you, pampers you. It's nice to be pampered. And if you pay to be pampered, fine. But let's face it. You can go to an Asian massage parlor and probably pay $40 to $60 and get an okay massage. And it probably comes with a happy ending. You meet somebody off the web, on an escort site, wherever, you're going to pay for a massage that's never going to happen. Because they're just going to go like this to your back and say, how do you like that massage? You know, and it'll be a minute long. Because they don't care. Once they get the money, it's like, I'm not putting any effort into you. Go fuck yourself. Thanks for paying me. So try not to go for a massage. If you're going to go for a massage, go see a professional masseuse. They're cheaper. And, I mean, yeah, you're not going to get a handy-dandy, but they can do wonders on your back. And I've learned that because I paid a professional, and my back was good for like 3 weeks, maybe a month. They got all the lactic acid and knots out and really did a good job with my back. So I didn't need to go pay an adult entertainer for it because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They always say they do. Oh, I'll get naked and massage you for an hour. And yeah, I'd like to see a full hour of massage. It's more like 2 minutes. Then it's like, are we done here? You know what I'm saying? Be careful handing out credit cards. Some of them say they take credit cards. It's like, I bet you do. And then I go home and my credit card's charged up. My policy is you put the money on the dresser. If she saves the money, be like, no, I want it sitting on the dresser until the service is done. You know, until my massage, whatever's done. Be careful with that. Don't put excessive amounts of cash in the person's hand and then they save it. Because you're screwed after that. You know, put it on the table. Put it on the dresser. Put it on the fucking bed and fuck with it. I don't care. But be careful where you put that money. You put it between her tits and take it between. Take it with your mouth. I don't fucking care. But be careful where you put the money and don't be giving credit card numbers out because that's a scam too. As I was saying, you never take drinks, food, anything, because somebody could mickey it. They could drug you. And I remember hearing about a recent case about a woman that had given a guy a drink and some food. Guy passed out. Was out for like 4 or 5 hours. Went in his wallet, charged all his credit cards. As you guys know, some credit cards go to $150,000 or have unlimited spending. And went on there and spent like $100,000 buying diamonds and clothes and you buy all this shit online. So she's shopping with this credit card. You don't want to do that. You take food or drinks and it's drugged, you're screwed. I've had women in adult entertainment. One time I picked up this woman at the casino and she got in my truck. And she gave me some like arthritis cream, and she's like, I bought this Gatorade and I was thinking of you. And I'm thinking, like maybe some guy gave it to you and now you don't want it. I don't fucking know. But, you know, she was a single mom, so sometimes you feel sorry. It's like, I would rather be a nice guy and a gentleman than have you meet some guy that robs you and rapes you. A lot safer to have adult entertainment with a guy like me, rather than some scumbag who's just, you know, is like, oh, I'm just going to rob the single mom and rape her. It's not cool, man. Don't do that shit. We don't hurt adult entertainers. They're there to provide a service. Kind of like a business. That's what a brothel's about. You know what I'm saying? You go into a brothel, that's what it's about. But there are independent women too, and we have to respect them too. And it's not always a brothel where everybody's fully protected legally. If you go out there and you want to delve into the fucking dark realm or do some of the more devious things in life, and just because it's fun and you enjoy doing it, especially the adult lifestyle, then what you're going to find out is you have to be careful who you meet and who you deal with. Just as much as a woman should probably be screening her clients, correct? I mean, let's think about it. Also, you always ask, if you're on the streets and you're on the go and you just want a quick blow, always say, are you a cop? Always ask if they're a cop. I don't care. You want to judge me on this show? I'm just giving tips, man. You always ask if they're a cop. Do I agree with men being arrested just because they want to pay for a little bit of fun? Do I disagree with the police? I do. I disagree with the law because I think that there are worse things in life other than somebody paying for a quick handy fucking dandy. There are bigger crimes out there and more to worry about than someone blowing their fucking load in 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Ask, are they a cop? They have to answer you. If they say yes, then obviously, like, sorry, we can't do business. You're the popo. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I've heard of some fucking hooker cops. Seriously. I actually knew one. So, but that's the problem. Every client's going to say, are you the police? And they're going to have to say yes. And you'll be like, no, wait a minute. You know? Sounds like you have to quit one job or the other, correct? Because you're just going to scare away your clients. Of course, some of us men, we always have this fantasy to have a hot female cop like fucking cuff us like this and start feeling up and down our legs for that pistol. You guys know what I'm talking about. Another rule. You might get a massage. You might get hot and heavy. You know, you might be in the bedroom getting massaged by some cute college co-ed. Fine, whatever. But you better make sure you check for a fucking schlong before you get that far. Because if you strip off all your clothes and she's sitting or he's sitting on your back and you start feeling a fucking schlong sliding back and forth, now you're pinned down. What the fuck you gonna do? Always keep your valuables on you. If you're gonna have sex, find a place to put this. This isn't gonna fit up your ass. So leave the fucking clothes on when you have sex. I don't know what to tell you. That way your belt stays on and your holster stays here, or if you got it here. Because I'm telling you right now, that would be the day I would go pay for adult fun and all of a sudden some schlong's trying to fucking slide in where the sun don't shine. I'm a virgin back here. And I will remain celibate and a virgin back fucking here. Ain't nothing getting up there. Check for the fucking penis. Because nowadays you never fucking know, gentlemen. You never know. I'll give you one more tip. This is like my 12th tip. If you do pick up a lovely lady and she wants to reach her level of whoredom, perhaps, when you're out there and you pick her up, you make sure you go park out in the wilderness. Because if you park, I've had too many close calls of having fun in my vehicle and parking at like parking garages. I'll tell you another story later, but I remember once I was getting a divorce from my ex-wife and I parked at a parking garage where she worked. This woman took me there in her van or truck. We were having fun. But she was a security guard. Dude, she almost caught me. She walked past the vehicle and kept looking in. And I was like ducking fucking down and shit. You're going to have adult entertainment. You're going to have fun. You're going to meet a girl and play around. Let me tell you something, okay? The best times are when you can park somewhere in the wilderness. And the wonderful thing about being in northern Nevada is we're surrounded, every city, every town surrounded by wilderness. 10 minutes, you're in the fucking wilderness. And there's no need to park at a parking garage or on the streets or anything like that. It is kind of fun, the excitement of almost getting caught. And I'm going to talk about that situation too. But I want to say, for those arriving in our chat room and watching the show, because what I do is I air this live and then I dice it up a little bit and put it all together, and then we upload it on YouTube. And if you're just coming on in, I want to welcome you to Angel of the Night Radio. This is your host, Lord Rick, in a very special Valentine's Day episode to get your juices flowing. This is Lord Rick. Lord Rick's Hitchhiker Guide to Whoredom. Not to the galaxy. That's a whole other story. This is the adult version. But I gave you guys 12 tips. If you want to utilize these tips, utilize these tips. I'm here to help you. I'm kind of like the love doctor. They used to call me at my radio show the first season or two. People would call me Dr. Love, the love doctor. And that's okay. When you're married for like 8 years or 7 years and you have a couple kids and you're polyamorous and you live with 2 women for so long and you do this and you do that, you start to become kind of like the all-seeing rye of only dealing with love, the language of love and lust. No, seriously though. I always tell people you want relationship advice, you can come to me. Because I've probably been there and done it. And I can give you good advice. It doesn't make me a bad person just because I like adult entertainment. I have adult entertainment because there are things missing out of my life that I crave so much of. And it's so hard to meet a great girl to do those things with. So, in the meantime, you just kind of like, you know, I'll settle for adult entertainment because it's better than having nothing at all. And some of us on Valentine's Day will have nothing but a broken heart. And that's where mine sits. It's a wreck. It's broken. It's, you know what I mean? It's been destroyed, you know? So I think to myself, man, I'd rather have adult entertainment than have to go through that shit again, you know? And I know sex does not always satisfy the soul. It takes a lot more, like companionship and a connection, don't get me wrong. But some people are just happy with a good connection. And you can have fun with a partner or a female, or women can have fun with a guy, or a male could have fun with a woman and still have a great time and be best of friends. But we're not talking about best friends. These kind of best friends I'm talking about probably last 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But you get the idea, guys. And I, you know, when I host this show, it's because I want to educate people. Because these are daily life's obstacles we come across. People don't realize, like, they can relate with what I'm saying. Maybe not so much in this show. Some of you might be able to, others maybe not. Maybe not. But the point is that I try to host a lot of controversial topics on my talk show. And we break them down, we talk about them, and we use humor to kind of dignify it a little bit, if that makes sense. You know, humor is so important. Everything cannot be serious. We've got to laugh, we've got to smoke pot, we've got to enjoy ourselves. We also got to drink coffee. And I might be gothic, but us gothic people, we love our coffee. It's because, you know, we want to stay up all night and fucking party and shit. Run around the cemetery. Too cold today to run around the cemetery. We got a winter storm dropping 7 inches soon. And we've had a non-existent winter. By February 14th on Valentine's, it's supposed to be snowy. It's not snowy here. But we'll see. We're supposed to get snow on Valentine's Day. Won't that be a clusterfuck when they start blocking passes and roads and everything else? I feel sorry for people going on a blind date. Oh, I was late. No, you just don't want to meet me. You didn't show. And yeah, there'll be plenty of broken hearts because of the weather. There's just some people that aren't going to drive in this. And I live surrounded by mountains. So I'm from Buffalo, New York. I'll drive in anything. I got 2 big ass trucks. 8-cylinder. They'll fucking plow through shit. You know what I'm saying? So in other words, I will not stand you up, I promise. But I'm going to take you on a little adventure. Let's put it this way, okay? Sorry, but I threw my hat over there screwing around, and I realized that maybe it would be wise to put the hat back on, because it kind of goes with this, you know what I'm saying? It's red, and I got red in here, and some pink, and sometimes, man, it's just dressing up is a good feeling. And when you dress up, it makes you feel important. So love yourself before you love anybody else, folks. I guess that's my major message here. And if you want to love yourself, you want to treat yourself to adult entertainment on Valentine's because you don't want to be hurt by some woman on a dating service or vice versa. I don't care what sex you are, but whatever. You know, I'm just giving you options. And, you know, some of us, we're lucky enough to meet our soulmate, fall in love, meet people, have a good time. You know, and some of us are just prone to being hurt because we're nice, loving human beings. And I've met many prostitutes that told me I'm a gentleman, and that some of them have thanked me because they've said, you know, you didn't rob me, you didn't rape me, you didn't make me do anything I didn't want to do. You were a nice guy. I've had some give me hugs. That's the type of guy I am. And you know, these people on these dating apps think I sacrifice goats. It's like you're 100% more safer with me than you would be with any of those guys. Because I pride myself on being a good guy because there's so many bad guys out there. And when I host a show, I'm not playing the bad guy. I am playing the stand-up comedian. So you can laugh and pick up your pipes like I do. Pick up that pipe, man. Smoke some of that fucking weed. Come on, yo, bitches. Let's do this. Let's get fucking stoned. Let's party. And I love smoking my bud. And I love women that smoke bud. You 420 women are awesome. Shout out to all you 420 women. But I started getting involved in adult entertainment when I was young. I was in my young 20s. Picked up a girl on the east side. I was in Buffalo. Just wanted a handy dandy. It wasn't anything major, you know. And she like freaked out and was like, oh my goodness, it's like a fountain. Yeah. She fucking spooted all over my fucking windows, man. I couldn't see out my windows. I was like fucking almost hitting poles in Buffalo and everything else. They have no paper towels or anything to clean that up. I'm like, what the fuck? I remember another time a woman got in my car in Buffalo. And, you know, I got a handy dandy too. Because I'm not a complicated guy. I'm on the go. I just need a little relaxation, you know. Was fighting with back then with somebody, and I'm just like, oh, you know. So I went out there, and this woman got in my car. Well, she gave me the handy dandy, and I, you know, and then all of a sudden, like, she opens my glove box. My whole glove box was empty. She's like, I want some candy. I want some candy. Give me some candy. This is what she was doing. She was all hyper. Give me some candy. And back then, I didn't know what fucking candy meant. Now I realize it's fucking meth. Crystal meth candy, you know, crystal. And I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. I was just a young boy from living in Buffalo. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, I want the candy. I want the candy. So I've had my experiences. And I've lived and I've learned. Trust me. I remember one time I went out to Tampa Bay. Was ghost hunting. None of my investigators came out. Everybody quit my team. I felt bad. I had some really cool places. A place that Al Capone was at in an old cemetery. And I went out to St. Petersburg. I think it's St. Petersburg in Tampa Bay. I don't know. I think that's what it is. But anyways, I went out to Tampa Bay. I went out to the bay, had a good time, was ghost hunting. About halfway through ghost hunting, I see this woman with Parison. She's young, you know, she's probably like 18, 19 years old, but cute, really cute girl. And I pulled up on the side, and because it was like later, and I said, are you out here just looking entertained? And she said, yeah. She says, yeah. I said, look. I said, I got $10. I said, $10. That's all I got. I said, would you take that real quick? She said, sure. She took it. Makes me pull down this alley. I pull in this fucking alley, and she's giving me a fucking handy dandy. And then it changes, and she gives me a free blowjob. I didn't even ask for a blowjob. She just thought I was cute and was like, I'm going to give you a blowjob instead. This fucking dude walks up to my fucking window, sticks his head in, and starts watching her fucking suck me. And he's like cheering her on. He's like, go, 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 go. I'm like, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you? Boyfriend, pimp, I don't fucking know. But this girl was like happy to entertain. And this dude was happy she was entertaining me. And he's like, you know what? Thanks for that $10. We really needed that. I'm like, what the fuck? Look, man, I'm not complaining. I relish my adult adventures as much as I do my ghost hunting and paranormal adventures. I'm not ashamed to be who I am. I come from a hard life. It's a hard life I grew up in Buffalo. You know, I've been through a bad divorce. My son robbed me. The list goes on and on and on. I've had some women do some really fucked up shit to me too. And I don't trust easy. I don't even trust having that kind of fun. However, a majority of women seeking whoredom that I've met, and I'm sure there's men out there seeking whoredom because I've had offers from men and I'm not into that, but they were pleased to do more with me and sometimes not even take anything. And so it's just because I'm a nice guy. And I believe that nice guys should always be taken care of. Because they're so rare to find nice guys like there are finding nice women. There's very few nice people left nowadays. Let's just be honest. And you don't have to be an asshole just because of someone, what they do for a living. If you choose to strip for a living, I'm not judging you. It's about how you treat people. If you're robbing me and doing meth and all this crazy shit, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? But if you're minding your own business, do no harm unto others and no harm come unto you. And that's my view. Live and let live. Love and let love. Okay? I remember I used to see this mom now and then. And she just needed a little money for diapers and for her kid and lives with her parents. And sometimes I was more than happy to give her a little bit of money. But the last time I seen her, and I won't ever see her again, she was like, I really need diapers and this for my kid. Can you help me? And I gave her like $35, $40. I said, fine. But anyways, as soon as I give her the money, she's at the gas station buying cigarettes, rolling papers. I'm like, I see you're really looking out for your child. The whole reason I was with her was so that she could use the money towards her child. Because I'm not a heartless person. Yeah, I get some moms like to do adult fun and strip for money and tips and stuff, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be an asshole to anybody. And they shouldn't be an asshole to you. But, I mean, this woman, come on. You're buying. I go in the gas station with her to part ways. We both say bye to each other. And she's fucking buying, like, rolling papers. And she's all paranoid on smoking weed. And is like, are you a cop? I'm like, I've seen you 5 different times. You know I'm not a cop. Yeah. My cock was in your mouth last time I seen you. Do I look like a fucking cop to you? Do I look like a cop showing up with my Suburban and my camping gear in it? And you know what I'm saying? Come on, dude. Really, a cop? You take me as a cop? Yeah, I got a pair of handcuffs, a stun gun. I got a lot of different things I carry on me. An AR, all that. I get that. But that doesn't make me a cop. It just makes me very protective of myself and others. Am I a cop? Sure, lady. I remember one time I was getting a blowjob from the same woman. I think she took she and I decided to take the truck and I pull around a corner and I go down some residential street. It's daylight, the houses are spread apart. There's a lot of trees on both sides. This fucking cop pulls up in front of us and is trying to steer in my vehicle and shit. I'm like, talk about uncomfortable. I was sitting in the driver's seat getting head. And I'm like, what the fuck, So, this is why I told you guys. Adult entertainment, get a hotel room. Take somebody out in the wilderness. You don't want to scare them. Because sometimes people take people in the wilderness to do bad things. I just am an outdoorsman. I love nice views, wildlife, pretty scenery. So, I love sex in the wilderness. My truck, thousands of feet above, looking down on the city below, and just good, clean fun. Bring it on. You know what I'm saying? Love good sex above the city. And there are some people out there who agree with me. There's other people that will not have sex outside of their bedrooms, even on Valentines. So we're going to get on to the next stage of the show. And this is going to be the highlight of the show. This is the theme for the show, and we're going to get to that. And I totally, on purpose, did not want to do it from the beginning, because then if you guys watched it in the beginning, you may not watch the rest of the show. So if I work our way up to this, which is the best part of the show, it'll keep you guys in tune for the next half hour, because we got a pretty good segment coming up. And I divide the show into segments. We'll have a serious section, a comical section, an advice section. I try to do different segments. Not sections, but segments, And so we're right to why we're calling this show Lord Rick's Hitchhiking Guide to Whoredom. And people are like, what's Whoredom? Look it up. You know what I'm saying? And just because you want to be involved in whoredom doesn't mean that you're taking money for it. Some people are just kinky. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, we're going to go ahead and we're going to discuss my hitchhiking guide. And I'm going to tell you every type out there that you could possibly come across. And this could be for women, this could be for men. I'm not sexist. Trust me. I am just giving you examples so that way you're like, you're right, okay? But anyways, you're listening to Angel on Night Radio. We're live here in Carson City, Nevada. Northern Nevada, the Silver State. Where sin is in Reno and sin is quadrupled in Las Vegas. And then you have a lot of sin outside the cities too going on. The gambling, the sex, the brothels. I love living in the West. There's just so much here. And you got to respect it. Even if you're not involved in it, you got to respect that. Adult entertainment is probably more prevalent here than any other state in the country. But it's also problematic if you're trying to date, find a boyfriend or a girlfriend. because that's what the state's about. That's what people are about out here. It's all they care about. And that's sad because they're missing out on some other good things in life, you know. It can't always be about adult fun, you know. But we're going to talk about different types of escorts, hookers, or people that want to rise to the level of whoredom, okay? You got the ones you don't know. Basically the ones that are on the streets and you're just walking, let's say you're walking downtown Reno at night and all of a sudden, hey, I don't know you, but you interested? You need some? I remember one time this one woman I never even knew came up to me on the streets. I was walking. I went out to buy like a 6-pack. Back then I didn't have a vehicle. I was walking home. This woman's like, comes up to me and goes, you need some? You need some? Just like that. You need some? You need some? So you got the hookers you don't know. The ones that come up and just like instantly, you need some? You need some? Like you're not even looking at the time. You're like, I'm not looking for no pootan. I'm not looking for no pussy. And all of a sudden you're just walking along, minding your own business. You need some? You need some? You need some? You want some? Cheap. Want some pussy? Want a hand job? Want a blow job? Well, I wasn't really looking, but I didn't spend that much at the store and I have an extra $20. You interested? You see? You want some? You want some of that? You know what I'm saying? So those are the hookers you don't know. You know what I always like is I like the free hookers. People say free hookers. No hookers free. Not true. I've come across sometimes some prostitutes that said, work is slow, nobody wants me, so you want to have fun? I one time was with this hooker. You know, and I'm not afraid to talk about my adult experiences. Because here's the thing. All the people that don't talk about it are way more of a sinner than I ever am. I at least admit to my sins. If you want to even think of them as sins, you may not. You may just think that I'm just being a guy. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. But I remember once I met this mom. And she came out of the casino. Her pictures were really old. She gave me like pictures that were like 10 years old. And, you know, nice girl and all that. But she pleased me. We didn't have sex or anything. And then she says to me, you know, she goes, you got a real dick. You got a real cock, she says to me. She goes, so next time, just send me a text and I will fuck you free. She goes, I don't even mind fucking you for free. And I'm like, what? Yeah. I couldn't believe it. She goes, most of the men I meet, they have tiny little dicks and they don't know how to use it, but you seem like a hunk of a man and I'll just not charge you. I'm like, free? So there are such thing as free hookers out there. They just have to like you enough to want to give it to you for free, and that's rare. But I've had a couple hookers, and they get sick of the adult business, and they just want a quality guy. And they want a quality man, so they give it away for free. And that doesn't happen often, trust me. If it does, you'd probably be like, what? This is kind of weird. But it is weird. But at the same time, it does happen, gentlemen. And ladies, too, because you got to understand that there are different types of escorts out there. There are women that hire female escorts. There are men that hire escort couples. There are men that hire escorts. There are gay men and lesbian women that hire other gays. Adult entertainment's really big in Nevada. It's not like I'm telling you anything you don't know. And if you don't know it, then I suggest you watch the show and do your homework, because that's what the show's for. Then you have the Insta-hooker. Those are the hookers and escorts that are like, man, my phone bill's overdue, it's about to be cut off, or I've been living in a hotel and I got to pay for the hotel the rest of the week and I don't have no money. So you get the instant hookers. Like they're not really hookers, but all of a sudden they just like go on some dating app or they go on the internet and they're like, that guy looks nice. Maybe he'll pay my phone bill if I just invite him over and give him a handy dandy kind of thing. Insta-hooker. It's like DoorDash or Grubhub. Only, you just, what you're doing is you're ordering adult service. And I kind of like that. How you could like order adult service to your house. Because you can nowadays. You can order, it's like ordering a pizza, But I've come across the instant hookers. Like we'll just be friends, hanging out, talking online all the time, and then one day it's like, my phone bill's due, or you interested in giving me money? Well, I'm really not interested in giving you money. I don't just hand people money. I don't know who the fuck you are. You know, but I've had women like that. Like, if you get, I had one time this woman and her girlfriend. I went, because you got another type of hooker. They're called the strip club hookers, or the strip club escorts. Those are the strippers that basically are like, okay, at the end of the night, we'll go back to my place. Because you tip them and tip them and tip them, and they're like, you got money. So they want to keep it going, so they invite you to their place because they're hoping that maybe for a little fun you might pay up. Stripper hookers. And it's okay to pay for lap dances. Like, you know, when I was like 19 years old, friends took me out to a strip club and they paid for lap dances. And they paid some cute blonde. It was like the first blonde I ever really had dance for me. And she was hot and smoking. And she just got in my lap and rubbed her whole body on me. My friends paid like $25 for that. And she was just awesome. When the bouncers weren't looking, she was like grabbing my crotch and licking my neck and blowing in my ear. She was just awesome. And, you know, when I was younger, I used to go to strip clubs, and I remember a couple times going and meeting strippers, and they asked for my phone number, and then like a week later, they'd be like, for $100, you can come join us in the hot tub, me and my lady friend. I should have took that offer back then, because there was a stripper I met that was really pretty and cute. She had a nice friend, too, a bisexual lady friend, and they had a hot tub in a place, and they were like, for $100, you could have all the fun with us in the hot tub. And we're talking back in like, I don't know, probably like 1998, long time ago, man. You know what I'm saying? Things were different back then. It wasn't all internet based. You basically would go into a strip club, and if a stripper liked you and wanted to make a little extra money, you'd go home with her or go back to her place, or she'd call you down the road. And I had a couple strippers like that. So you do get stripper escorts. Just another type of whoredom, basically. True or not? True or not? There's also the angry masseuse hooker, and escort, where they jerk you off so fucking rough, and they're just like swearing in fucking Chinese because they hate their goddamn job, and they're just like, and you're just like, take it easy. Yeah, we got a massage parlor like that, and I mean, it's like some 60-year-old lady that jerks men off. And I mean, it's on websites, there's reviews about it, and they're like, she's angry and coughing and doesn't wash her hands, and I'm just like, oh my God, I'll never go to that place for a massage, and I'll skip the handy dandy, thank you. You know what I'm saying? So you get the angry women that at these massage parlors that want to reach the level of whoredom because they're only getting a small cut at the massage parlor. Then they're like, I hate this shit. They're in Chinese, I hate this shit. I just wish I could run my own massage parlor. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't really make a lot of money. It's like $40 to $60, and they'll sit there and massage you for an hour, and then they give these men a handy dandy there. And this woman at the massage parlor, she runs it, and she gives like the meanest hand job ever, and it's like, no, thank you. You know, I kind of like things a little gentle and sensual. I'm not into the whole rough fucking thing. Like, you're not gonna fucking jerk me so hard that my fucking penis comes apart. Like, I like my penis attached to where it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're pulling that shit so fucking hard, you're gonna yank that shit off. I don't care if you fucking give me a massage for free. I'm not interested. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta watch that kind of whoredom too. You gotta watch a lot of times the Asian massage parlors or the escorts in this area, because you might meet them and realize they just came off the boat yesterday. They don't speak English. They didn't sign up for this, but they want citizenship, so they sit there and they, it's sad. It's sad because they're forced to do it. And I don't tolerate that shit. So, you get the scared escorts or scared hookers too, that they don't really want to do it, but they're doing it because maybe they're here illegally. And it's real common in Reno with the Asian massage parlors, which is why I don't go. Because I see their advertisements all the time. Oh, take a shower with the girl, do this, come in for a massage, get this, get that. And it's just like, yeah, but those are never the girls, the models that you see in the pictures. they're always some scared girl, and I don't do that kind of shit. Never. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, I'm not into that. If you don't like me and you're scared to do anything with me, you don't have to. Because you're scaring me, and I'm not going to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa. We can just talk or do charades. You know what I'm saying? Because you speak Chinese and I speak English. We could do charades like that kind of thing. That way they understand what's really happening. You know what I'm saying? Because you never, like I said earlier in the show, if you don't speak English and you want to go to Whoredom, it's not going to work. We're not in Slovakia here, or Bulgaria, or Russia. And so, if you come here from another country and you think that your only option is to be that way to make money, you're sadly mistaken. Because if there's breaches in communication, men are just going to disrespect you left and right. And I don't want to see any woman get disrespected. And the thing is, if you provide me a service and you earn that money and I give you that money, money's for you. You provided a massage, you provided a service, the money's for you. Same thing would go with any of you women. You want to hire a Chippendale to dance for you privately or whatever he's going to do, give you a massage, the money's for him. You're paying him to dance. Don't be an asshole about it. If somebody works hard to make you happy, make sure they get paid good. You can even tip them. But don't be an asshole. You know what I'm saying? And not pay them or rob them or whatever the case is because of what they do for a living. Then we have the surprise escorts and adult entertainers. When I say surprise, it's like you're friends with them and you hang out a couple times, smoking weed, hanging out, and then all of a sudden they hit you up and they're like, well, I kind of need money to pay my bills, but I'll never ask for it. But if you want me to give you a blowjob and all, then maybe you'll help me pay this bill and that bill. The surprise hooker. The one that you're friends with online, you don't even know they're hookers, and then you go hang out in person. They're like, I confess, I'm a hooker, I'm a porn star, I'm an adult entertainer, here's my OnlyFans, here's my card. The surprise ones, and that always gets me too. Because it's like, oh shit, I thought you were a fucking sweet girl looking for a solid friendship or something, and now you were just kind of sizing me up to see if I'm a nice guy and you can kind of get money out of me. You know what I'm saying? So, you get the surprise escorts. Like, surprise, nothing says surprise, surprise, that when you're sitting there hanging out with somebody and all of a sudden it's like, by the way, I'm going to solicit you now. Now that we got to know each other, I'm comfortable soliciting. I remember this one woman, that's what she told me. Like, I need money for my trip upcoming. And kept bringing it up, and I wasn't really understanding what she was getting at. And she's like, but I won't ask for it. But you just did. And she was all being, all trying to be, like, hit on me, come on to me, touch me. It was practically put on something like lingerie and hardly any. And I'm like, you are really trying to work for that fucking money. But I ended up not paying her. It was like, we're friends, man. Don't do that to me. Don't put me in that predicament. You can't have both. I'm either a client or your friend. And if you targeted me as a client and then all of a sudden, this is a nice guy, I want to be friends with him, but then you're still propositioning me, come on. Really? You got to keep business from pleasure separate. Of course, sometimes on some of my business trips and things like that, I mix pleasure with it. Because you know me, I'm a big teddy bear, got a huge personality. I like to kind of like poke the bear a little and tease things and just try, I like the adrenaline rush. It's exhilarating. So I put life to a test. I'm an adrenaline junkie, so I kind of like that feeling, that like sometimes it's kind of cool to be surprised, but not when it comes to a friend and you think you know the person and it turns out that like they're selling their ass on 5th fucking Street, and you're like, whoa, I didn't know this about you. Surprise, surprise. And then you got the massage escorts. Like 80% are like, how about a nice massage? It's how they lure you in. And they want to seek whoredom through massages. The problem is they're not professional masseuses. They know nothing about bones, lactic acid, knots in the back, that kind of thing. And so when you meet them, you think you're getting a massage. It's just a disguise. because they don't want the police to arrest them. And it's like, look, we know, both you and I know this is not about a massage. For me, it might be, because I like to be massaged. I always like a partner that's real touchy-feely, likes to touch, massage, because that's the best feeling in the world. And when you got to pay for it, it kind of sucks, especially when you're paying for it when somebody doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, and they might actually like massage the wrong area, and you'll be like limping out of the place like this with back pain because they fucking pressed too hard on one of your discs or something. You know what I'm saying? Then you got your sugar daddy. You got your sugar daddy type of escorts that want whoredom. The type that say, well, I really want to see you long term. Somebody, maybe spoil me, I'm in the mood for pizza, will order me pizza tonight, will pay my phone bill, will fill up my tank of gas, will pay some of my rent. And it's like, I get all these women that hunt me down online and want me to be their sugar daddy. And it's like, you don't even care to know me or anything, you just care, you're like, I don't care what you look like or who you are, as long as I get ongoing money. And it's like, really? Go out and get a job. Go work for yourself, man. I believe in equal rights. Everybody knows I'm a feminist to a certain degree. And I believe that women have the ability to go to college and work their way to the top. They can be president. They can be a CEO. And I have that confidence. Just as much as I'm self-employed and I have multiple careers. I'm an author. I'm a radio show host. I run a business or two. I'm a photographer. I do paranormal TV. So I made a name for myself. And that's what I'm trying to say. Is you get these people that are just, just support me. I don't care if you're 55 years old. And no, you want to use me. Life doesn't work that way, if you're with somebody and you're dating them and they need a little help with something, that's a lot better than just being like, I'm going to have 5 different sugar daddies. This one pays my bills. This one buys my groceries. This one pays for my truck and my car payment. Fuck that shit, But it's basic. It's more like long-term prostitution. You're a long-term prostitute for somebody. And I know they don't like to use that word because they're like, it's a sugar daddy, but it's the same thing. Because if I stop giving you money, you're certainly not going to give me the poutine. Now are you? I'm not going to get the booty. I'm not going to get you anymore. And that's the sad thing. If you're not giving me enough money, I can't provide you a service. It's like, I don't want a service. As a human, we yearn to be loved, cared about, touched, love, romance, affection. We need those things as a human being. Some of us don't. And then some of us have been hurt so fucking bad and our heart shredded. We're so scared of that all we do is want to seek some quick fling or adult entertainment because we don't want to be burned. It's a short-term fix, a short-term hurt. And I find the sugar daddy scams all the time. All the time. Yeah, I could have 1 million pretty women, but what's it going to cost me? And I don't believe in buying friends or romance or love or anything like that. And that's what they try to tell you. Well, it's a relationship. Yeah, but it's one built on money. And you're very capable of working, paying your own bills. But what I always tell women, too, who do this kind of thing, I'm like, you could have so much more if you just find a good guy. It doesn't have to be a rich guy. You help him, he helps you, and you kind of go through life's good and bad together, even if you're just friends helping each other out. But this kind of shit, the way the culture's changed, it's all about, you my sugar daddy, and it's like, look, I'm not desperate. At my age, I'm still a decent looking guy. I still have women 20 years old look at me. The problem is I'm very shy. When women hit on me in their 20s, I don't know what to say because it just catches me off guard and I'm real shy. That's why I use dating apps, because I can talk to someone a couple times and then meet them and be friends with them or whatever, and it works out so much better. The problem is that it's gotten so bad now, it's more like a prostitution ring or like a meat market. It's all adult entertainers on these apps. Like 90% of the women are adult entertainers, or hookers, or they're strippers, or escorts, or got OnlyFans pages. They want you to sign up and pay them and want sugar daddies, and it's a shame because there are some really decent men out there, and I go on Facebook and I look at my female friends and they're all, it's just been a bad week. Like, I've seen people posting depressing things. I'm alone. No guy wants to see my work. This guy left me. I don't have anyone to give me flowers. And then you try to be nice to them and they just completely ignore you. And it's just like, that is why you're alone. Because when a guy is trying to be good to you, you totally just fucking walk all over him and take that for granted. And you can't, and that's what hookers have always told me, is that you cannot take a good guy for granted. A lot of them know. It could be worse. The next guy could rob you, take you out in the middle of nowhere and leave you. There are dangers to it. And when you kind of go off into the underworld, which is what I call it, the more lustful, secretive side of life, you end up having to deal, there are some positives, but you also deal with some negatives, and there are some bad people out there, and you have to be careful. There are men that, in particular, just find those women that go beat on or hurt. And that's not me. That's not me. And that shouldn't ever be you either. Even though we make light and jokes on the show about this, I'm trying to take you through a hitchhiking guide to Whoredom. And so you can see where this is going, because we're not done yet. I got some other juicy good stuff coming up. And you're listening to Angel on that radio. This is Lord Rick, and we are live here in the Silver State. And thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad to have you on this lovely, crisp evening. And when I say crisp, it's like a 20-degree day right now. But I'll tell you what, I opened the windows because I got a suit on. It feels so good with that cool air coming in now. I'm just so comfortable that the show is just rolling along, and I thank you for watching. I really do, because being an artist of a show, so much work and producing goes into a show like this. You guys don't see that part, because this is a talk show too. It's not just a stand-up comedy, it's a talk show. And we want to talk. We want you to lend us your ears so you can listen and hear about what we got to say. And you might learn a thing or two, or you might get nothing from the show but some chuckles. But either way, smoke that bud, drink that coffee, sit back. Let me take you for a ride. And this is Lord Rick, your host. Then we got the sympathetic escorts, or sympathetic hookers rather, and those are the ones that you meet up, she has sex with you, gives you a blowjob, you've had a couple rounds, you blew a couple rounds, and then she's like, you look like a guy that could use some more. The sympathetic ones, they know like you're going over the time limit that you paid for an hour massage, and they're just like, I'm going to ride you 3-4 more times. You're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Because they get into it so much that they're like, fuck the money. I'm having a good time with this guy. Because some of them do, some adult entertainers do enjoy doing what they do. So then you get those type of escorts that are like, you know what, a couple rounds on me free on the house. You're like, what? Of course, I'm not as young as I used to be, so I can't go like 8 times all day long or 10 times. There was a time I could go 10 times in one day. Yeah, I had a high sex drive when I was 20 years old. My sex drive is slowed down to a common sense drive nowadays, but you know what I'm saying. But the sympathetic hooker. Then you get the type of hooker that's the parking garage hooker. These are the ones that will only fucking do you in a parking garage. Or you could say a backstreet alley hooker. Park in this alley right here, I know this neighborhood. Yeah. And then when the po-po pop up with their lights fucking spinning, woo, 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 guess who's going to jail? Lord Rick, cuffed like this, in my fucking Valentine suit. Yeah. And I spent Valentines in jail, and you know what? Cuddling is all good unless it's in fucking prison, right? Unless it's your fucking bedmate that you're sharing in the cell. Ay, marón de mía. You know what I'm saying? Then you have the druggy hookers. Those are the ones that are fucking batshit out of their mind, or on acid, they're fucking doing meth. And I knew somebody like this. And a long time ago, I was a friend, and I became her friend, and she says, I'm going to be honest with you, I was targeting you for your money, for sex. She goes, I figured you'd have sex, pay me a little money, we'd go separate ways. But she goes, you turned out to be a cool guy that smokes pot and is a good friend. Well, in her trailer park, it was all Hispanic. There was like over 100 illegal immigrants, and every fucking week, like on a Friday or Saturday, there would be 100 guys lined up at her trailer door, waiting to have a turn with her for 5 or 10 minutes. And she asked me to be her bodyguard. She even gave me a pimp hat. I wore a pimp hat, I was a bodyguard, and then my brother-in-law at the time, he was a bodyguard too, and we would stand there at the door like this. Because what was happening is, she was doing drugs, getting so fucked up, that by the end of the night, they were robbing her, and raping her, and all, and she knew it. She could, like, see parts of it, but she was on drugs, and wasn't sure, like, everything that happened, but her till was empty. So then I started to collect the cash for her, you know, keep it in the pocket, and by the end of the night I gave her all her cash. And she'd give me a cut, or whatever, and say thanks for being my bodyguard. So for a while there I was a bodyguard for a woman in her trailer park, and she, you know, she was trying, I mean, her husband died of cancer. She couldn't even make her bills. She couldn't work, she couldn't do anything, and the problem was that the whole there was like 300 guys, all married too, man. Some of these guys were married and we were like coming over to their fucking trailer and shit. Sometimes multiple times a week. And she was one of these prostitutes that would only charge guys like maybe 15, 20 bucks, 20 bucks, 30 bucks. You know what I'm saying? So, and she told me, I really need you as a bodyguard because I woke up, all my money was gone. I was raped repeatedly by groups of guys, groups. So, you get the druggy hookers. And unfortunately, you know, it's a problem in this country. Drugs, fentanyl, meth. And we need, you know, this government needs to do more for people that have addiction. And if you notice, I'm very sympathetic. Like, if you're on drugs and you're high as fuck, we're not doing anything together. Because, A, you're not going to remember it. B, I feel like I'm taking advantage of you, and C, I don't know what kind of disease you're carrying because you're not careful. You're giving it away for free. At the same time, when you're sober, you're like, I'm going to charge you, and then when you're not sober, it's like, well, I'm on drugs. I don't know if you gave me $30 or not. And so you got to be careful. There's always going to be the meth head hookers. I see them all around town here. They're on meth. I never pick them up. They're fucking walking in circles like this, talking to them something. No, man. A girl at the grocery store was fucking methed out. Trying to fucking get in my truck, man, at the grocery store. She was like, absolutely not, man. She was just all like, I'm a Bills fan just like you. I like your Bills stuff. Want to go for a ride, have some fun? No, dude. You're as high as a fucking kite. No. So, stay away, guys, from them types. Because their drug habit will cause them, unfortunately, to do misdeeds like rob you, or down the road accuse you of doing something that you didn't do. You just never know. You got to be careful. Then you get these prostitutes, or you get these hookers that are like, I'm worth 5 more times worth more than her. And I'm like, nah. Because there are some legal sites you can browse escorts here in Nevada, and some women could grace the centerfold. And then you get some woman on the streets that's like, I cost $1,000 an hour. I'm like, but I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? You're like lady, okay? I don't see it. You're fucking high on something. You know what I mean? You don't have a Pam Anderson body. And then even if I did hook up with you, I'm pretty sure that you might bite my fucking pecker off. You might bite my pecker off. Thank you, but no thanks, ma'am. But you get those type too. I'm worth more than her, and they get mad. I had a woman try to tell me the other day, will you buy my pictures and this and that? And I said to her, why would I buy your pictures when my lady friends on Facebook send them to me for free? They do shoots I have lots of pretty lady friends that do photo shoots multiple times. And they do many lingerie photos, and it's and the photos are top notch. And they're not asking me for money, and they're not charging me. I told this woman that. And she said they're probably all crackheads. No, they're not. Some of them are good lady friends of mine, but we do not have an intimate relation. We're just friends. But that doesn't mean I don't enjoy supporting their photos or sharing some of their photos on my Gothic group to promote their photography. I'm cool with that. So you gotta watch the ones that say I'm worth 5 times more than her. Because that usually means you're probably only worth like $2. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who's got to brag about it? Hell no. That's an experience you don't want to experience. Trust me. Because you're not going to be taken to another galaxy or the gates of heaven. Alright, you're going to end up with some fucking disease, man. You're going to have pimples on your goddamn fucking dick. No, thank you. No pimples on the dick for me. Then you get the prostitutes that are like rapists. Like, they're so sex-starved because, like, for example, a lot of hookers have told me that all guys want are hand jobs and blow jobs and they don't get no sex because guys think they're nasty and stuff. And you get the hooker rapist, basically, where you end up meeting a hooker and you don't pay her, and then she just fucking rapes you because she's just so fucking sex-starved at the time. It's like, I really need the sex. Like, dude, you have plenty of guys that you could do that with, but according to some, they don't have sex with a lot of guys. They just, because some guys just want somebody to talk to, and they'll pay for that, and that's okay too. You want to pay someone to talk and be your fucking shrink for an hour? What the fuck ever. To each your own, as my grandmother used to say. My grandmother, she used to make chocolate cocksuckers. I'm not even lying, man. The balls and the penis. And fucking chocolate vaginas. And as a kid, I didn't know no better. Just run around the neighborhood fucking licking chocolate vaginas on a fucking stick. Because she had chocolate molds in the shape of a vagina and a penis with balls. My grandmother was fucking crazy. I was raised around fucking swingers and adult shit since a little kid. You know what I'm saying? So people ask, well, why are you involved in this lifestyle? Because it was around me ever since a kid. I had posters of nude women at 6 years old. Penthouse, Playboy, I've just always been around adult type of things. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person. Any woman that's ever dated me or that I've been a boyfriend of, I've been a great guy. To them all. It's just that somehow down the road, I end up being fucking fucked over. Because sometimes there's a such thing as being too nice, too trusting, too good of a guy. And us good guys, sometimes we suffer. We suffer because there's women out there like that take advantage of you because all they want is your money or what you can give them. And that's not cool either. Guys have feelings too. But, hookers shouldn't be raping guys. But I'm telling you, one time I had this hooker that raped me. She did. She didn't charge me any money, but she raped me. She literally, fucking yanked my pants down and just, hopped right fucking on me. And I'm just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't want to have sex with you. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't comfortable with it. I wasn't. She's just pretty, had a nice body, hair to the ass, but she's a pretty girl. But it's not going to change my mind. Because now that you're telling me after you had sex, I'm a hooker, it's like, well, I'm not giving you money because I didn't meet you for that. I met you to fucking smoke some bud, have a few drinks, have a glass of wine, and have a good conversation. Not all men want sex. I'm one of those guys, it's like, that's not the most important thing for me in life. Because I'm one of these guys that enjoys good company. Because I know what it's like to be alone for years at a time, months at a time, and not have anybody to talk to or spend time with. When you're a gothic guy like me, it's a lonely world. People think you sacrifice goats. The only ones who are not scared are adult entertainers because it becomes all about the money, not what you look like. For some of them. Unless they want a sugar daddy. Then you get the I'm in love with you hooker, or prostitute, or adult entertainer. These are the hookers you meet that realize, hey, this is a really good guy, and decide, hey, I want to quit being a hooker, and I want to fall in love with you and have you take care of me, and I'll be your piece of eye candy. And that bothers me too, because it's like, you're acting like being a hooker is a dating service. I'm just going to keep meeting guys until I find the right client that's hot enough and rich enough, and I'm going to quit with this guy. And I knew when I was a kid, my mom was friends with the couple, and his wife used to be a street hooker. And she met the guy, and he paid for a blowjob, and she ended up marrying him and being with him. That happens. That's the I'm in love with you hooker. Like, you meet a hooker, and you have no expectations of having a relationship. And then all of a sudden, she's like, let's have a relationship. Let's date. I'm like, I don't know about how I would feel about my woman having a girlfriend that's selling her ass on the streets while the next day she's cuddling up to you watching movies. Like, are you safe tonight? Because, you know, a lot of these women get in vehicles of guys they don't know, and they get tased, and they get raped, and it's just, it's bad. It's bad. And I can tell you, ladies, please be safe. Don't be doing shit like that. You shouldn't. You really shouldn't. There's too many bad people out there. And while I might pull up and say, hey, baby, you know, I might be a nice guy and sweet and all that and want to eat a nice big juicy hamburger with you at Red Robin or whatever, you're going to end up having a guy that you get in his vehicle and he's not going to pay you. You know what I'm saying? So if you're in the adult entertainment business, there's so many other ways you can make money without having to sell sex or even sell nudes. I have clean ways for you to make money if you want to utilize me as your manager and photographer and all that. I can help you make money. And as long as, you know, business-wise, as long as I get a cut, whatever. Because I got to make money too. I'm a businessman. But I'm not, you know, I feel bad for some people that end up putting themselves in dangerous situations because they feel like they have to. And you get in the wrong car, that, you know, it's bad, man. It's bad. And I tell that to all my lady friends. Please be careful even on dating apps. Then we get the moralistic hooker or escort. This is the one that preaches morals. Like she's in the middle of like giving you a blowjob and she's like, I don't know, I kind of feel guilty about this. We are at a park and it does carry a higher fine because it's considered lewdness. And I'm just like, oh my God, enough with the fucking, the moral speech. You got my fucking pecker in your mouth and you're sitting there talking about morals and ethics and citing me citation codes of the cities. Code 324.01. Thou shalt not be in the park committing lewd acts and sexual acts without being charged with a felony. And this girl's like giving me like fucking city codes. I'm just like, yeah. Boop. That's what it was like. Boop. Nothing. Makes it more fun than a hookup with adult entertainment. And you get that speech about how this is wrong. Well, then what the fuck you doing it for? If I'm wrong, you're wrong. My dick's in your mouth at least. My dick's not in my mouth. Thank God. They mean I have to take out a couple ribs. And I'm not Marilyn Manson. I'm not taking out a couple ribs to fucking blow myself. Fuck that. You guys got confused when I said I'm going to be my own Valentine. I'm not doing that to myself. I might be my own Valentine, but I ain't sucking my own fucking dick. Sorry, not going to happen. Then we got our ladies and men who want to reach whoredom through making adult content. Basically, rather than exchange money, you exchange you being nude on webcam or making videos, and they get to make money off your white ass forever. Basically, come on over and fuck me, but you gotta be on my OnlyFans. But you're not getting paid for it. I'm getting paid to be fucked by you. Okay, and then a bunch of perverted men are looking at you screwing some girl, and she's just cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. Boy, that guy was a sucker. You get those type too, the content making hookers. And I don't care what you say. When you go to OnlyFans, some of these girls have sex with multiple partners. They're doing sexual things with different guys. And most of those men basically hooked up with the girl and she said, do you mind? I mean, they're basically selling sex to you in order to use your content. Your ass on film. And I don't know about you, but I don't know how my ass would look. I got a tattoo on my butt. I don't know how that would, I mean, that's a dead sign that's me fucking doing the hanky-panky. So, no. I really don't want my ass on film. But I get those type of women all the time. I had one recently said, come on over and I'll do this, and that, and you have to let me use your content on film. And yeah, and you're going to make, like, it, you know, if I paid you $100, $200 to have fun, so be it. But by the time she is done screwing your brains out and puts it on OnlyFans, she's already made thousands of fucking dollars. Seriously. So you got those type of adult entertainers too. And this show's going to be long, guys, because I want to give you a good show. It's been a while since I hosted a show. You guys enjoy the adult content. That's one of the perks about this radio show, is that it's an adult show. I'm not going to give you anything PG rated. If we're going to talk, and we're going to have this discussion, it's going to get fucking real. Agree or don't agree. Either way, that's my point. You know, this is a very expressive talk show. It's never going to be for everybody. And some people hear the word hookers and they act like, it hurts my ears, but you know what? It's just a fact of life. There's adult entertainers, hookers, escorts, all that across the whole country. They're everywhere. I mean, I see them on my street corners. I live in a nice town. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Who am I to judge what somebody's going through or what somebody wants to do with their lives? I'm not a person to judge because I'm Gothic. People judge me all the time. I'm sure they're going to judge me wearing this goddamn suit for this show. Prior to this show, I did a photo shoot too in my suit because at the end I'd like to include the photos and stuff from my shoot because I take this show very serious. I'm wearing dress shoes. I dress up for my shows. I like to look good. I like to feel good. I like to give you guys a professional show. And I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of how far this show has came. I mean, honestly, I started doing Angel of the Night radio probably back in like 2002. I used to host Angel of the Night radio on a different network. I have copies of that show, 2 or 3 copies that have never been released on YouTube. So this show has existed for almost basically for over 20 years. And I'm still hosting it. I haven't quit. It's just that it's a different format. We do large shows to make up for the few months we don't have any shows. So it's basically 3-4 shows combined into one. So you guys know. How about the virtual hookers? These are the ones that will basically take your money over and over via Cash App. And they'll either send you a pair of panties or their bra, or they'll just take you into their private webcam and you'll see them for 15 minutes after you paid $50. Love the virtual hookers. The thing of what virtual hookers don't understand is that I have a website I can go on where there's women, pretty women, and good-looking guys. And I say good-looking guys because some of you women are not in the women, you're in the men. And there's people all over the world making adult content. And they're on their own laptops and shit. And it's free. There's chat rooms. And I always enjoy looking at women from France and all the European countries in lingerie. And they're real people just like you and I. I could jump on webcam. I'm just not into going on webcam and being nude. You know what I'm saying? It's just not my thing. But the virtual hookers are fun. Because why would I pay you when I get this shit for fucking free already? Hell, my lady friends on Facebook post beautiful content. And it's all free. They're not asking for money. They just enjoy doing photo shoots. Like me, I do a lot of photo shoots of me. Not doing it because I have an ego or because think I'm hot. I just like to show my friends off. I like to show my friends my wardrobe, my clothes, my outfits I put together, my Gothic culture. That's what it's about. And I got a lot of lady friends the same way. They just happen to be very pretty, you know. Then how about the adult entertainers like escorts and hookers that are clothing whores? Basically, I don't want your money. Just buy me panties, bras, high heels, lingerie. Basically so I can wear it to fuck other men for their money. Love clothing whores. I don't have a problem. You want me to buy you some lingerie instead of give you $200? I will buy you some lingerie. And you can wear it in your shoot, whatever. I'm cool like that. I'm cool. I love lingerie and clothing, and I like to see it on very pretty women. Everybody that knows me knows I'm not much in the nudity or even the porn aspect of things. I like pretty photo shoots with nice scenery or good, really unique poses or lingerie and heels and stockings and fishnet. I like clothing, sexy clothing and cosplay. I don't really like all this nudity is not my thing because it ruins the surprise up here. Most of you know what I'm talking about. You don't want to see a girl naked ahead of time or nude. you don't want to be like, I've had women on the internet been sending me pictures of their vaginas and their assholes and shit. And I'm just like, whoa, man, I'm fucking turned off. You know what I mean? And honestly, I'm glad they ruined the surprise for me. Let's put it that way. Because when it's looking a little fucking on the purple moldy side, I'm good, man. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? But no, really. I mean, what I'm basically just trying to say is that please don't ruin the surprise. No woman has anything to prove to me by sending me nudes, and I don't need nudes to be happy. I would rather see you in awesome dresses and skirts and high heels and lingerie. I want to imagine you. The buy me clothes hookers are awesome. Love the buy me clothes hookers. Because I can buy you clothing, and guess what? I get to have fun with you in that clothing. And I am happier than a pig in a fucking blanket. I love those type of escorts. How about the scam hookers that, like the get me junk type of hookers? These are the type of hookers that say, come pay me a couple $100, I'll strip tease, I'll model for you, blah, 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 blah. And then you show up and like two big muscular dudes come out like this and try to beat the shit out of you and take your money. And that's fucking ridiculous too. And I've heard that more than once. It hasn't happened to me, thank God. But when I've been out and about in adult entertainment, I have heard of this happening. And it happens more often than you think. Some guy gets jacked up, and that's not fair. You know what I'm saying? Like you're propositioning a man, you know, I want this amount of money, and I'm going to provide a service for you. I'll give you a massage and all. You don't expect to show up, and then two big dudes are like trying to chase your car down and beat the shit out of you, because there's a lot of scams, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. You got to be careful. You don't want to like walk into a situation where two big dudes pummel you to death, take your fucking money, and you know, drive off with your car and shit. That shit happens. A lot of scams, Cash App scams, prostitution scams. How about the Google and Apple cards? There's those type of hookers or prostitutes too, and it's strange because they always want a Google card. And then you're like, okay, well, I'll buy it for you and give it to you in person. No, I want the number on it now. Don't do it. Don't ever buy any kind of credit card, prepaid card, any kind of Google Play card, any of that. Don't, because they will ask for it ahead of time, and 99% of the time it's some 15 or 16-year-old kid. Or boy, or somebody from another country, you know. A boy, I don't want to say boy, but I want to say a lot of times they turn out to be men, and they try to find guys that are just really, you know, want sex or want hot fun, and they're like, well, if you want it, go out and buy a card, give me the number first, and then you can see me. And then I had someone one time show up at a hotel to have some fun, and they said, you can't come into the room, and I'm not giving you a room until you pay the door fee of $20. They're like, here's my Cash App. I'm like, you're probably not even at this hotel. You know what I mean? You're probably in like fucking France or Russia or South Africa. Who knows? You don't know. You know what I'm saying? Then a lot of times you show up and they're looking out the window or looking between the blinds. That's creepy too, because you're like, what the fuck, man? And then they're like, pay me first, and then you can come up, and it's like, I see you looking through the fucking blinds, man. So you got to be careful of that. The Cash App scam hookers, the content provider hookers are like, buy my content, you know? And it's like, why? What I'm paying for your content, I could probably pay for a good massage by a pretty lady and give her $150, $200, $300 and have the time of my life without the drama of paying you $300 just to what? See a peep show for 5 minutes? You know? Being a man, I know I have needs to be hugged, loved, kissed, touched, all those things. And I don't get that kind of satisfaction through fucking OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? But watch the get jumped prostitutes. Don't get jumped. Then we got our fan hookers or fan escorts. Basically, those are the ones that you follow them on Instagram, you follow them on OnlyFans, or you follow them on Facebook. And then one day, this message out of the blue, and you just happen to get lucky. They're like, out of the lotto, you're my favorite #1 fan. You've liked everything. Come get some. Those are always fun types. Will you be my fan? here's my Instagram, trying to get followers and fans, and then sometimes they act like they have something to prove, and they're like, I'm going to fuck one of my fans, you know? But you still put time and effort into it. So what? You don't pay cash. You still got to follow them. You still got to fucking like everything, compliment them. I seen that. I have a lady friend that's involved in the adult business, and this one guy kept being her fan for like a few months. She invited him to swim in. I mean, the guy was kind of overweight. He wasn't a good-looking guy. She invited him to come over and swim in her pool at her place. It's like, it pays to be a good fan, now doesn't it? Just not only fans, because I think that shit's kind of lame anyways, you know. I think sometimes women could probably make more money just because everybody's starting to do it. There's so many doing it, there's less demand. Because you and 50 other girls proposition me for OnlyFans today. So it's like, you're not making that much money. Go to college, get a good job, and you won't have to do anything like that and worry about where your next meal comes from, you know, depending on guys to look at your bunghole. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. But there are fan hookers these days. I've seen them. Be my fan and you might get lucky. It's like a lottery, kind of like that Roman holiday. They had a lotto. And if you were kind of like a fan of this woman and that woman and they drew your name, you were getting lucky. You were getting laid during the 3-day feast, which became probably St. Valentine's that we know today. And then how about the I want more sex prostitutes? Long time ago, I had to be probably, I'm trying to think, maybe 25, 26 years old. I always wanted to be with a Korean girl. And I met a Korean escort. It was supposed to be a threesome with my ex-wife, me and the Korean girl. My ex-wife kept screwing up and I had the appointment. What was I supposed to do? So I ended up going to the appointment by myself, and I mean, she was dressed in like, I don't know what they call them, a kimono or dressed in Korean wear, and you know, she was a pretty girl. But I had met her, and she sat me down. We had a nice like 20-minute conversation. She goes, "Have you ever been with a Korean woman?" And she was real friendly, real nice escort. And I was in my 20s. I didn't know any better. You know what I'm saying, back then. And she was not cheap. I paid a pretty penny for her time. And I mean, she was amazing. I mean, she took me by the hand, played music, took me to the bedroom, gave me a really nice massage. And I had sex like 5 times with her. All different kinds of sex, too. But I didn't have it. After 2, I was done. I was like, I'm satisfied. She goes, no, you're not satisfied. You're not satisfied. I give you more. You're not satisfied. I said, but I am. Dude, my fucking dick hurt for 2 weeks after. Because this woman like went chop fucking suey on me, man. Chop suey. You know what I'm saying? She was a type of escort that's like, sorry, no, 2-time not good enough. I'm better than that. I make you blow more. You do, but now I'm sore for fucking weeks, thanks. You know what I'm saying? Boy, was my ex-wife pissed she missed out on it. She wasn't happy that I chose a Korean girl. She wanted me to choose somebody else, and I'm like, no, I don't want a white girl. I want somebody with culture. This woman came from Korea. She's real cultural. And I mean, I'll admit, she was a great lover. I mean, it may have been short-lived, but she was fucking respectful, kind, no scams, no bullshit. Her own apartment, no sex trafficking, none of that shit. Just a woman that enjoyed making men's dreams come true, and she knew. I told her my fantasy's really to be with an Asian or Korean girl, and she made it come true, believe me. Like she went beyond my own expectations. She did. But if you're just tuning in now, welcome to Lord Rick's Hitchhiking Guide to Whoredom, folks. And this is Angel of the Night Radio. And then we have the desperate hookers, the ones that say, why doesn't no guy ever want to date me, be with me, this and that? And they're the desperate ones that are like, you know what, fuck it, I don't even want to charge you. Just screw me to let me know that I still feel confident about myself, so when I have other men, I know that they want to pay me for some fun. And I have met, and I'm not trying to be mean, I have met desperate adult entertainers. They're not getting business, they're not getting calls, they're not getting texts, guys don't want to have sex with them, guys don't want to pay them for sex. They're like, what's wrong with me, Rick? Give it to me good, Rick. Prove I'm still worthy. Okay. It's not costing me anything. But no, not really. I'm not like that. You know, I know people probably think I'm some dog and player, but I'm not really like that. Like the last few years of my life, I've pretty much been just one of those guys that's just like happy to have female friends. I used to have so many female friends back east, and I'm just one of those guys that appreciates that kind of stuff. Companionship, love, affection, romance. I do. I am Saint Valentine. I am. I'm fucking Saint Valentine. At least for today, I am Saint Valentine. Doesn't matter how you cut it. Because I'm giving you guys the speech that nobody else will give. Because times have changed. Culture has changed. We live in a different time period now. And everything's different nowadays. Even Whoredom. Even the adult entertainment business. It's become about scams. Trying to get money out of people without having to do anything for it. And some people are really demanding and good at it. I remember once I was inquiring about an escort, and this cartel, they said they were the cartel, and they sent me messages of some dude's dick chopped off in his mouth and headless and all these body parts, and they're like, we're coming for you next. And I laughed. I said, come get it, motherfucker. Come get it, motherfucker. Because here's the thing. You don't want to mess with me. Don't threaten me. Because they were trying to swindle me out of money by using fear. And it's like, you're not putting fear into me to get me to send you money. Okay? I thought I was writing some sweet girl. It was like 22, 23 years old, nice long-haired brunette, who's a dancer, and it turns out that these people are just posting fake photos, and then they had my cell, and they were sending me pictures of like dead people and saying, you're next, unless you send us $100. I'm like, that's all you want? I'm like, but you're not getting no money. You think this is funny? I said, listen here, motherfucker. I've almost died multiple times. My life is forfeit. It's invalid. I've lived my time. I'm an older guy now. You know, people don't want me. They don't want to spend time with me. They don't want to love me and be with me. My time's passed. You want to fucking kill me? Fucking kill me. But don't be an asshole about it and fucking try to, you know, blackmail me with fucking death photos and shit. Because it's like, look, I'll go down fighting you, asshole. Like, if you were going to kidnap somebody, I would be the last person you want to kidnap. Because I would just bring everything down to kingdom come, man. I'd burn it all. So, like, you really don't want to, like, kidnap me and, like, do that kind of shit. But you got to be careful. Because there are also the serial killer hookers, gentlemen. And even ladies, where they pretend like they're offering you some adult content, an adult service. And then they, like, chloroform you or inject you in the neck and you end up dead. And there has been some prostitutes in the past that there was a case I recently heard about a prostitute that killed like 5 or 6 men and would meet up with men for sex and then like kill them and just like take all their money. You know, and that's not right either. The thing is if there's mutual understanding and there's communication, then there should never be no surprises, correct? But you got your serial killer hookers too. I one time met a hooker. I one time met a prostitute, and it had been so long since she had given a guy a blowjob that she gave me a blowjob and almost bit my dick off. I'm not even lying about this shit. Like, it was bruised for like 2 months and hurt. She was that rough with me. And she's just like, you have it for free. It's like, well, I didn't even, if that's for free, I'd hate to see the paid fucking version. You'd probably bite the whole thing right off and spit it out. No thank you. I like where it's attached right now. I like Mr. Happy to stay happy where he's at. You get what I'm saying? Capiche? Capiche? Then you get the adult entertainers who are like, me love you long time. You number one GI. You number one GI. Mainly when you go out to the Asian countries, that's what you hear a lot of. Me love you long time. Those are the best hookers because not only are those the affordable ones, but there's no shenanigans with that shit. It's just fucking cut and dry right then and there. Like, okay, I'm number one GI, you love me long time, I'm happy, you're happy, no Cash App scams, no fucking two big dudes coming out like this ready to beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? These are just women in Asian countries that enjoy men from overseas. And that's fine too. Like my grandma said, to each their own. You might judge me, you might judge the show, you might judge the type, the guide that I have just given you. You may judge it. You may think that there's something missing out of the guide that I haven't added. Or maybe there's too TMI. I don't know. But the truth is that is the type of society we live in nowadays. And there is more adult naughty things going on all year around besides Valentine's Day. The difference is it's heightened on Valentine's Day. Because you can sure as hell fucking bet most couples are going to have sex. Most people going on dates are to have sex because they think they need an excuse. Oh, it's St. Valentine's Day. I got to have an excuse to fuck. No, you don't. Take it from me. When I was in Tampa Bay and I was in the middle of ghost hunting, I was stressed out because I went to this place. Okay, it was Al Capone's, like, one of his speakeasies. And I walked under a tree and it started raining rats, like dozens of them. They were like all falling from the tree, almost hitting me, and I was running for my life. I was so fucking stressed out. So fucking stressed out that I picked up a girl on the streets, a cute blonde with a belly button piercing. She was cute. And she was the one that became the alley hooker. Because pulled me in this alley, oh, I know there's a good spot to pull off on, and then some dude appears looking in my window being like, cheer on, suck that shit, suck that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? What the hell did I get myself into? Shit happens, man. Life happens. And this is a place where comedy meets reality, and I'm here to give you reality and comedy all at the same time. You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio, and this is a themed show. Lord Rick's Hitchhiking Guide to... I'm good at spilling shit, as you can see. Spill my coffee, I get so excited. Lord Rick's Hitchhiking Guide to Whoredom. You better believe it, baby. This guide will take you to places you've never been. So use it wisely. It's kind of like the Force. Luke, use the Force. Lord Rick, use the Force. Whoredom Force, you know. Oh my God. But honestly, think about it, folks. Think about it real good, okay? It's like people. The adult lifestyle comes in many shapes, forms, and ways. It's not always about paying money for sex. I might just tip well at the strip club and get lucky. This holiday was based on a lotto. Almost a lotto for having sex. Hundreds and hundreds of years ago, before cards were being given out. And that's all I'm really doing, is telling you one of the world's oldest professions still exists today. And on Valentine's Day, this is probably going to be the busiest money maker for anybody who has OnlyFans, who is on the streets. I remember when I went to Miami. Prettiest escorts, or street escorts I've ever seen. All the women were in heels, short skirts, waving at me. College girl. It was awesome, man. It was awesome. I did not get any prostitutes when I was in Miami or anything. But when I went to vacation in Miami and the Keys, I did have a fun time cruising, listening to music, and looking at all the girls in the miniskirts. Like, I've never seen such pretty street girls in my life. Because you come up here in Reno and you're like, you look at some of the people and you're like, man, like if AIDS was a person, that would be AIDS right there. I don't know how else to describe it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter either way, whether you're a female or a male in the adult entertainment business or you're a client. There are dangers to everything. And I guess this show is kind of trying to keep you alert and understand what's out there and how to kind of deal with it. And I'm giving you guys the tools to use. Not everybody's going to be able to use these tools. Some of my friends watch this show, you're happily married, thank God. Thank God you found your soulmate, somebody you could live and die with, spend your life with. And I'm proud of you guys. I'm happy for you guys. But not everybody finds that in their life. And And people who think they do are the ones that get hurt the most. Because they're the ones that would give the world to anybody, and that person ends up hurting them. They leave them for another person, they cheat on them, they lie. You know, and I'm a real transparent guy, even in my relationships. I believe that me and my woman should play with other girls together, but some people prefer to be monogamous, and you can't force it, and I'm okay with that too. Everybody's different. Everybody has their little thing, you know, like my grandmother used to say. And I don't know why my grandmother was talking about this shit, but my grandmother was fucking nuts. And that shit sticks up in my head. Little Ricky, you know, always Little Ricky, always gave me a lesson about life. Life throws us a lot of wrenches and surprise, and there's all kinds of walks of life. And let's not forget, there's also the village hooker. Basically, when you're in Africa and you're traveling through a village and all they want is like something from America that you have on you. It might be a shirt that says Nike, you know. So there are village hookers too. But you got to go to Africa for the village hookers. And the best looking escorts and hookers, I think, are in Moscow, Russia. They have the prettiest. And you know, I have no problem saying that. Because trust me, there are male escorts. There are male hookers too. Don't think it's just, I'm just talking about women. I'm using examples. But I remember once, this was years ago when they had adult Craigslist. I tried to post an ad. I thought maybe I'll do some male escorting, see how it goes. I remember this woman that was like 22 years old wanted to hire me for like a massage. And I was cool with that. I didn't post it to have sex or anything like that. I was having fun back then. I was like in my 20s. It never worked out, but this woman was going to give me like $150 to give her a rub down and stuff. You know, so there are male escorts. Trust me, I used to be in adult entertainment where I did adult photo shoots, videos, things, not me in videos, but when I was in Florida for a while, I had a buddy who was in the adult business. He turned out to be a bad guy and wasn't treating women right, so I got the fuck out of it. But I was doing shoots and shit for him, and models and things. I never mixed business and pleasure. I didn't sleep with any of them. I'm not like that. I think people think that I always sleep around and I fuck a lot and do this a lot, and I don't. I'm a pretty quiet, stick to myself guy. I'm an outdoorsman. I'm a gamer. I'm a paranormal investigator and urban explorer. I'm an author. I run a business. I'm a busy guy. And I don't have time for this shit. But some of you guys may have money and time on your hands to indulge. I don't know. But I have taken you on a guide. A hitchhiker's guide to Whoredom. And then you got also your porn star. You got your porn star seekers that want Whoredom too. And they're porn stars and they make good money in the porn industry, but if some guy's willing to pay them a couple $100, they just can't refuse, you know. And I've had those types too. I've had porn stars contact me. When would you like to meet me? What time? You know, because even though they make good money in the adult business, it's like that song, more money, more money, more money, you know. And some people just, you know, I mean, some of these people in the adult business, they're driving fucking brand new Hummers and have $500,000 houses and shit. So there is money to be made. The problem is when do you cross the line? When is going too far? And people on the internet or social media are so desensitized. They use Facebook now to promote their adult shit. And it's interfering because they're losing friends or losing lovers or losing good guys or even good men over this shit. Because that's all their life involves. Taking photos, having sex, posting it on the internet, going on webcam, going on OnlyFans, and that's what it becomes about. And there's less communication. People are more and more desensitized, and sex is selling, but it's virtually selling. And pretty soon sex will be selling to men and women using androids and artificial intelligence. And that shit's just fucking creepy. I'm not fucking no machine. I don't care how nice this synthetic skin feels. I'm not doing it. I will never become that desperate. I understand it's a toy and it's meant for fun, kind of like a dildo or a vibrator, but thank you, but no thanks. Nothing, I will say this again, nothing is ever better than the true scent of a beautiful, pretty woman, head to toe, and her soft skin here and warm body pressed up against you, that's real. Warm lips, warm, hands intermingling. I don't need to like grab some Terminator bitch of a robot and she malfunctions and grabs my hands and breaks my fingers and all of a sudden just like rips my arms off. No thank you. Not into that shit. I am not doing CP3O and R2D2. There's no fucking way. You're not going to pay me to do it. So, you're going to have pretty soon robotic hookers too. They won't even be human beings. They may even have like a piggy bank in their stomach and or a cat, like you could stick the credit card in their like, under their armpit and just go, $200 charge for a blowjob and massage. Serious. That's what the future holds. Cyber sex fucking cyborgs and cyber sex bots. Sex bots. That's what they call them, sex bots. They're working on them. And it's like, man, teach their own. If someone wants a blow-up doll or a sex bot or whatever, dude, I don't even want to fucking know about it. Because I've always been a warm blood type of guy. And I want to nestle up to a woman that smells good head to toe and is truly a lady. I just can't see myself snuggling up watching a movie with the fucking machine. And it's like, I like you, Lord Rick. Okay, so maybe the robotic voice goes away. Still a robot under that fake synthetic skin. There's still fucking machinery. There's still steel and wiring and all that shit in there. No, I'm good, man. I am good. AI has gone too far. Robotics. It's going to fucking be the thing that destroys mankind. Trust me, I've had dreams about it. Once it can create itself, it has no use for humans. It has no conscience. And if you create sex bots, eventually they will learn on their own and they might rip your fucking penis off. I don't want pimples of the penis. I don't want my penis ripped off. I don't want it bit. I don't want it slapped around. I don't want it messed with by any robot. Let alone any funk. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of these guys that's like, I'm proud of what I got, so I don't just give it freely. You know what I'm saying? I realize there's so much more to life than that. And that's the whole point of our show, is that you guys get to see all perspectives. Because this is a talk show. It's not just stand-up comedy. It's a fucking talk show. But we're going to get to some naughty Valentines, and I'm going to tell you a bunch of naughty pickup lines, naughty jokes, before we end the show. So we got another probably maybe hour of the show. And I hope you guys stay tuned. I put it on YouTube so you can watch it in parts, because you can come back later and resume it. Because I understand that some people are not going to sit here for 4 or 5 hours and listen to our show. And we'll have all our shows available on YouTube minus 2 or 3 out of many, many years. We had somebody that was doing our music for our show for many years, and he doesn't like my political beliefs, so he decided to attack our YouTube and ask for it all to be removed. So all of it's been redone. I just haven't uploaded it yet, but we will re-upload those episodes he reported. And we will use much better music and some of my friends' bands and things like that, because I just... we've been promoting this guy for years. We've done our part. You don't take that away from the show. It's part of the show. You smoked. You had a good time. You hung out with me and other people. That's a good memory. It's a positive thing. Don't take that away. And he took it away. And I'll never put his fucking music back up. Once I've edited it, which I have done, and put other music, I'm done. It's like there won't be no more promoting. I go on tour across the country doing stand-up. You're not being promoted. Your music, nothing. We're done. Business partnership is over. You fucked it up for yourself. I take pride in what I do. You may not agree with me, but I am an artist. And what this is the truest form of art ever. Me speaking to the audience is me. Not as somebody fake, not as acting. This is all just me getting right down to the fucking bones with shit. And just telling it the way it is. And our show will always be based on a place where comedy meets reality. And you're listening to Angel Night Radio, and we're going to get on with the show. But I took you on a little guide, a hitchhiking guide. A hitchhiking guide to Whoredom, folks. And you've gotten just about every kind of whoredom you could possibly hear about or understand. And there's so many different kinds out there. So many different kinds of relationships and lifestyles. And the way not to get a hooker is to walk in a swingers club and there's just like orgies going on like it's Valentine's every fucking day. I met this one person that's like, I've been going to a strip club and they're just like 20 guys in a room with a girl and it's like they don't care, man. We're fucking anything for protection. And it's like, that's not my thing. I still want more kids. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in the mood to like get gonorrhea for life. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. Like some of the women at the brothels had STDs and you could still, if you're not careful, end up getting them. And so that's the dangers that lurk if you're involved in lifestyles like that. And I wouldn't say I'm necessarily involved. I've done a lot of things when I was younger. I've done a lot of stupid stuff and I've learned from them, which is why I pass on the information to you guys, because this is a talk show. And you can agree or not agree or learn or whatever the case is. I really don't give a fuck if you burn this episode. However, there is something to be said about all this. True or not. True or not. We say the things that other people will not say. We put out the content that other people will not do. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what makes our show unique. I'm really enjoying this coffee. And I'm going to load up the pipe again and smoke a little bit more. And, I'll tell you right now, I'm a pretty happy guy that I've been able to host this show for Valentine's Day. But it also shows I have no life, right? It's funny because on dating apps, I've been getting dozens and dozens of women contacting me because it's close to Valentine's. And then they like me and I like them back and we match. And then I talk and talk and talk and try to get to know them and be their friend. And they're just either silent or they ghost me or they say one word. And it's like, yeah, I don't think we'll be like having dinner anytime soon. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why you're alone for Valentine's Day. Because you don't know what to fucking say to me. And I am a very timid type of sweet guy aside from the show. I really am. My lady friends have nothing but good things to say about me. And I have some. And they have nothing bad to say about me other than I'm a gentleman and I'm very good, kind to them. And that's the type of person I am. Doesn't matter what we talk about here. What we talk about here is to get people's juices flowing, to get their mind working. Bang. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about. Anyways, what's the number one thing a guy wants on Valentine's Day? He wants sex. Number two, he doesn't like his wife to find out. Oh! Why do necrophiliacs like Valentine's Day more than any other time of year? I'll tell you why. Because the flowers have already been delivered. Oh! And you know what? Flowers are expensive. Sometimes you end up spending $100 on flowers for Valentine's Day for your love. But I also have found flowers that were $15, $20 that were better than the ones that cost $100. You just have to know how to shop like me. I'm a genius when it comes to romance. Because I'll tell you what, I can melt your heart because I understand about chocolates and flowers and things like that because it's sentimental. That's what Valentine's Day is. It's about sentimentality. It's the thought you put into it, the effort, if you know the person and you want to touch them. It's about how you touch them. It's not about how much you spend. You know what I'm saying? Did you hear about the guy that picked up 2 hot girls on Valentine's Day? Let me tell you. This guy said he had the best time ever. He picked up 2 hot girls. He's never picked up 2 hot girls. And let me tell you something. That guy enjoys driving for Uber. On Valentine's Day, what did the verb give the pronoun? You guys don't know? A, her, she, kiss. You know what? Not having plans for Valentine's Day is not so bad. Let me tell you why. It's not so bad if you have a dental appointment because at least on Valentine's Day, you know you're getting fucking drilled. Not always. Sometimes you get it polished. And I'm not talking about your knob getting polished either, your teeth. So get your mind out of the gutter, folks. So why does Valentine's Day not work in Africa? Tell me why, guys. Because all the lion cheetahs Get it? Lion, cheetahs. What are two female beings in love? Lesbians. 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 Beans. I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. Lesbians. Get it? I don't want to say lesbians because then it, you know. But yeah, two cans of beans. What happens when they fall in love? They're lesbians. Here's one for you guys. What does a hooker say on the 14th of February? What does a hooker say on Valentine's Day, on February 14th? Love doesn't make sense. And I'm not talking about common sense. I'm talking about red sense. C-E-N-T-S, sense. And it's true. Love does not make sense. However, producing adult content does, correct? Because on Valentine's Day, if you're producing adult content, it pays on Valentine's Day. True or not? True or not. It's just the way it is. As technology continues to grow, there's less and less adult entertainment physically, and it's more virtual now, is what I was saying. Because you got your virtual hookers, too. You can still pay just as much for a girl to dance on webcam and show her hoo-hoo to you. But personally, I'm more of an up-close type of guy, and I like massages. I like touching and all that stuff. I like attention. Who doesn't, right? You're not going to get that on the internet. Even if we watch Asian porn all day long, like Dean Winchester of Supernatural. You know what I'm saying? So everybody, on Valentine's Day, an old man is working in the basement. The wife says, honey, come upstairs. I want to have sex. Old lady says, George, I want you to make love to me, George. Well, George grunts. George is grunting. He's like, oh, my back. And he yells back to his wife. He says to his wife, you're going to have to choose one or the other. Meaning, either we make love, or I come upstairs. You don't get both. You get it? So I got one. On February 14th, it's Valentine's Day, and the gunslinger couldn't make love to his wife. You know why he couldn't make love to his wife? Because he was shooting blanks. So what do you call a wizard who loves to give hickeys? A necromancer. Not necromancer, a necromancer. I mean, some really good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Some really good stuff. And I love telling you guys jokes. I could do this all day long. So what do you guys consider a stalker? What's a stalker? It's when two people go for a lone walk out, but the other one doesn't know about it. You know, which brings me to another thing. We can add to our guide, to the Hitchhiker Guide to Whoredom. I once knew this woman, okay. Said she wanted a boyfriend. She's like, I want kids, I want a nice man, blah, blah, blah. Didn't tell me she was a prostitute. I had no fucking clue. And, like, she invited me to her place. And then I told her I was running like 10 minutes late. She goes, well, you can't come, don't knock. And I'm like, why? And she goes, well, because my ex-boyfriend was here. And I thought it was really suspicious because, like, her fucking sheets were all wet and shit. And then I get to her place and she wants to mess around with me. And she didn't ask me for money. And we talked for a couple hours. I had a good time. It was a mild time, but I still messed around with her, you know. And then I looked up her phone number and there was all these, like pictures popping up on Google with dicks in her mouth. And her selling, like giving away $80 specials for sex. And I'm like, oh my God. And I stopped talking to her. And then, like, because I was like, you lied to me, you know what I'm saying? You had some dude over, it wasn't your boy. You had some dude over before, like, meeting me for the first time. And, you know, it's like, you can't have both. You can't be selling your ass and then trying to go on a date 10 minutes later, you know? But I type in the numbers, all these prostitute ads and, like, X-rated content. And I confronted her about it. It's like, you lied, man. That's not cool, you know what I'm saying? You can't hide that shit from somebody, because if they find out, they're going to be fucking pissed. because you're double standard. You know, you're sitting there talking like you want to meet nice guys because guys are mean to you and shit, but then you're turning around trying to sell your ass. And it's like this woman had a daily job. She worked 5 days a week at Walgreens. And at the same time, she's just, you know, doing this online. And there's pictures of her, and it's like, I'm good. A year later, she starts texting me, I'm going to find a boyfriend if you don't talk to me, if you don't see me again. I have this nice guy. And it was like, within like 2 days, that dude dumped her. It was like, yeah, because of the same fucking shit. Because eventually you put two and two together that this woman is just prostituting herself. And it's a shame that because of hard times, like a lot of women tell me why I have no choice. I've fallen on hard times, that's why I do it, because a woman needs money and needs to support herself. Not like that, man. I'm not judging you. If you enjoy doing it, that's one thing. But if you feel like you're forced to have to do that to pay bills, but then you don't have a job, or you won't go out and get a job, or you fall upon just wanting to abuse alcohol and drugs or whatever, that's on you. You know, because you don't see me selling my ass. Am I selling my ass? No. I'm not. I'm a good-looking guy. I could go out there and be a male escort here in the Reno area if I wanted. It's not my thing. You know what I'm saying? While I might play and enjoy to have fun time to time, for the most part, I'm a good, wholesome country boy. And people laugh when I tell them that, but it's the truth, man. Gathering firewood, camping, hiking, fishing, you know, watching horror movies and gaming at home, chopping firewood, playing fetch with my dog. I'm a good old country boy. City life isn't for me. Even this kind of lifestyle is not for me. I have an open lifestyle as it is. But, like I tell everybody, you're only human. And if you end up being lonely and you get rejected by enough girls you're trying to give flowers to and be nice to, you kind of turn towards that kind of lifestyle because you're like, well, at least I won't get hurt or stood up or used. And sometimes you still do. You still do. But that's why people do it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Anyways, back with the jokes, folks. Did you hear about the restraint? Did you hear about the restaurant on Valentine's Day? They're offering 25% to show up with your wife, 20% to show up with your girlfriend. On the house if you show up with both. I know what it's like to show up to a restaurant on Valentine's Day with two women that I'm seeing or whatever. Of course, they knew about each other and it was all cool. You know what I'm saying. But nobody ever paid for my meal. And if the restaurant is giving a meal away for free, it's because they feel sorry for you, because then you have to pay for both women, like yourself. You know what I mean? And I've been seeing all these Valentine's Day dinners on Facebook, $100 a couple, $150 for the two of you. It's like, this better be some good fucking wine and food. And I better walk out of there fucking tipsy, or it's not good enough. Like, you better give me the best wine on the house. You know what I'm saying? Why do witches use a crystal ball on Valentine's Day? Because they love rubbing balls. Crystal balls, that is. What's the difference between like and love? Spit and swallow. That's an old one. I've heard that so many times, it's hilarious. And I'll tell you another one that's similar to it in a bit. So anyways, a boyfriend is getting his girlfriend a dildo cast of his pecker. Because he wants her, when he's away, he wants her to use it. But it's for Valentine's Day, and he gets the mold done. Keep in mind that this couple's only doing small gifts for Valentine's Day. At least this year. How do you kiss a girl on Valentine's Day? You just enjoy her two lips. Tulips. But they got to spell T-U-L-I-P-S for the joke. For this joke, you know, two lips, you get it? How do single people honor Valentine's Day? They do it by celebrating. Get it? Celibate? Celebrating? It's true. I know I'm not getting anything for Valentine's Day, but don't tell anybody that. But it's true. It's true. And last year I didn't either. It's kind of depressing because I feel like there's so much for me to give and nobody to take it. And I don't care if people get scared about my open side or whatever. I'm an artist. I am here to entertain you guys. Aside from my show, I actually do have a life. And I live my life. And I'm a pretty honorable, honest guy. Whether you believe it or not. I have my haters out there. They think they know me because of my radio show. It's like, you don't know shit. We don't smoke pot together. We don't off-road and backpack together. We're not lovers in the moonlight. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of lovers in the moonlight, I've seen The Wolfman. That is a good movie. And Hard Eyes, awesome Valentine's movie. A lot of gore. It's got a pretty juicy plot. You won't even see what's coming as you get towards the end of it. Awesome movie. I seen Hard Eyes yesterday and The Wolfman. 2 movies that I've been wanting to see. And I wanted to see them because those were my Valentine's movies that I wanted to watch this week for Valentine's week or Valentine's Day. It was awesome. It was awesome. Did I cuddle and make out during any of them? Fuck no. My dog put his head on my lap and went to sleep and snored. That's about the only action I really got, you know what I'm saying? You see? Yeah. But anyways, what is the difference between eggs and singles on Valentine's Day? The egg's the one that's going to get laid. So, here's one. You guys know Shrek, right? What does Fiona let Shrek do on Valentine's Day? Smash mouth. See, a lot of these jokes are dirty, but they're not like crossing the line. And I don't even give a fuck if they do cross the line. Because I think dirty jokes are pretty hilarious. And if you don't learn to laugh, you're a pretty fucking miserable person. Only this kind of shit could happen to me around Valentine's Day, so I've learned to laugh, to buy a suit, and then not have anyone to wear it for. You know what I'm saying? Going back to that other joke. What's the difference between lust, love, and showing off or having a good time? Spitting, swallowing, and gurgling. And gargling. That's an old one too. The last one was just spitting, swallowing, but showing off is gargling. You know what I'm saying? That's a really naughty fucking joke too. Why? This one's for you ladies. Why, ladies, on Valentine's Day should you not have your period? Because it's going to be a real pain in the ass. Oh! Unless you don't mind sharing the cherry pie, I suggest that getting your period on Valentine's Day is going to be a real fucking pain in the ass for some men. Literally. Why did the evil man give his girl a box of chocolates and a dildo? You guys know this one. This is an old one. On Valentine's Day. Because I'll tell you why. If she doesn't like the chocolate, she can go fuck herself. That's why. I don't know if it's necessarily evil. I've given some of my girlfriends in the past sex toys, and they fucking loved them. There's this one sex toy I bought for someone. I mean, this thing does it all. And they would rather, in the past, they told me they'd rather have the toy than me. I got chosen over a fucking toy. It's a good toy. For a woman, it's a good fucking toy. It's an expensive toy. But you know what? That's what lovers do. I have like adult board games. And sometimes even for Valentine's Day, I've given women sex toys and little lingerie to wear for me. You know, it's the thought that counts. It's about being playful, spicing things up. And I'm all for spicing things up, even if it means bringing another woman into the bedroom and having a good time. Because the woman I'm with is going to have a great time enjoying a very sensual, beautiful female while enjoying the real man that I am. And I'm always going to be a real man. Of course, until I get too old to get it up, apparently, because that doesn't seem to be a problem with me. However, if you ever see the Hims and Hers commercials, you're like, I know what that's about. It's mainly about sexuality and performance and all that. And, you know, sometimes I think that I need certain things in life to be a good performer sexually. Most of us do. It's whatever does it for you. And what does it for me is women that wear thigh-high stockings and heels. Love shoes. Like any girlfriend of mine is going to get her shoe collection built up by me. Moi. Because I'm going to buy her shoes. So I can see her walk around in them, of course. What else is there? You know what I'm saying? Of course. It's almost like it's supposed to be that way. You know what I'm saying? Like the shoes can stay on in bed. Thank you. Or really, you know? People always laugh at me because I have a foot fetish. It's like, there's nothing wrong with having a foot fetish. Most women are not going to refuse a good foot rub after being on their feet in heels all day. Trust me on this. I know women better than they know themselves sometimes. And so if you find a man that has a foot fetish, yay for you, because you know you're getting a foot rub and he's just going to enjoy rubbing them just because he enjoys that, you know. Find yourself a man that spoils you and pampers you, ladies. Please. Because that's what matters in life, is a man should treat you what you're worth. And if a man's not treating you what you're worth, then find a man who will. Just like me, I deserve to be treated what I'm worth. I know people think, well, you're a piece of shit, you're worth nothing. Because why? Because I'm gothic? Because I am polyamorous? Because I'm from back east, from Buffalo? Because I had a hard life and I'm uber sensitive and have past trauma? I mean, I don't understand. But I know my worth. And I'm not the type of person that's going to fucking rob you blind. There's all these guys. I got some guy I know that like robs rich women. He pretends like he likes them and then he steals and uses them for their money. You know? And that's basically him being, you know, wanting a sugar mama. And there's guys like that out there too. Don't think it's just women wanting sugar daddies. There's men that use women. I've never been that kind of guy. It's not all based on materials, money, gifts, this and that. And that's what Valentine's Day is. It's a day set aside for affection, romance, and love. Not necessarily whoredom. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately it has been integrated into the holiday because there's so many lonely hearts and lonely people that it's much easier sometimes to go, you know, strip club and just tip a woman really well and have a good time, you know, because she thinks that you got more money to give, and then you're like, oh, I'm poor, I'm broke. No, I'm not poor, I'm broke, but you know what I'm saying. So it's a lonely time for a lot of people. It really is, and it's just a holiday, and Hallmark put it up on a pedestal and turned this holiday into something more than what it is. It's really based on money. The sales go up from people selling flowers and cards and and Hallmark and all that. And that's what it's really about. They've just put it high up on a pedestal, and everybody just says, that's the day I need to be romantic once a year. And that's not true. I'm always romantic. Valentine's Day or no day. The only difference is you're not going to get me wearing this tomorrow or next week. I'm not going to wear a Valentine's suit any other time than for Valentine's. You know what I'm saying? That would be a little awkward. We could pretend, as long as you're going to like wear a pink little, you know, like a little heart here, heart-shaped bra, you know. We could pretend. I got a joke for you guys. What was Hillary Clinton's response when Jeffrey Epstein asked her to be his Valentine? Nothing. She left him hanging. Yeah, it's a bad one. For Valentine's Day, this man's wife finally fulfilled a fantasy when she dressed up as a sexy nurse. At last, the man got to role play for Valentine's. He always wanted to role play. You know what he role played? He pretended like he had healthcare access. Now that's hilarious. It's true in this day and age. There is no healthcare access, and if you get an STD, you're kind of stuck with it because you know what I mean. There's no healthcare in this country, and this is problematic in Nevada. I'm glad that I'm clean and I don't have no diseases and all that. I'm glad, but I've also been very careful over the years multiple times because I'm not into getting funk. You know, I might like looking at you. That doesn't mean I want to be with you. There's a difference. You know, undressing someone in my eyes is different than undressing them in the same room and getting some lifetime disease like herpes or gonorrhea or fucking syphilis, which, fuck that shit. You know what I mean? Back in the day, when kings got syphilis, their skin fell off on their face and all that. That was kind of like Game of Thrones, what happened with the king. If you notice, he started losing like his flesh, you know? It's because I believe he had syphilis. What's the best day of the week for Valentine's to fall on? Wednesday, hump day. It's like it's trying to tell us something, you know, like get over the hump or get on the hump or behind the hump. You know what? There is something on Valentine's Day I just don't get. You know what that is? Late. So Valentine's Day, folks, is for couples, let's say. If Valentine's Day is for couples, what day is for single men? Palm Sunday. Palm Sunday. I got one for you. Which town in Missouri is for singles on Valentine's Day? Lone Jack. Lone Jack off. I keep doing this during the show. Maybe that's a sign for Valentine's Day. That's going to be the biggest excitement of the day. Or day starting to turn in the night, because I started hosting the show towards the evening and now it's almost dark out. But I don't have an issue. We probably got about a half hour more show before I take off. But I wanted to get through some jokes. We'll get through some naughty Valentines. It's slow going. Because I take a time out of my life to talk to you guys. Yeah, sure, I could be done with the show in 20 minutes and talk real quick. But is that really caring about my fans, my friends, the people that come and watch this? No, it's not caring about them. What I'm caring about is me spending a few hours talking to you guys and giving you guys a show that's worth watching. And I'm always willing to make people laugh, because I try to make people feel good. Everybody's got their own demons, their own problems. They got bills, they got love problems, divorces, deaths in the family, problems paying rent, this and that. We got to learn to laugh a little and collaborate together and enjoy ourselves together, because this is all we got by the end of the day, folks. It's all we got. And you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio, where comedy meets reality. At least it's not where dick meets pussy, because then that would make this a porn, and I can't post that shit on YouTube. Happy Valentine's Day, folks. And if you're not in love on Valentine's, don't worry, because you don't have to be dead on Halloween either. And that's an old one too. Because, Valentine's Day is for couples, but it's not always for couples. It's a day of fertility, a day of many different things: affection, romance, lust, whatever. So who's the judge? If Joe Blow goes out to a bar and he meets a hot girl and they mess around, so what? It's a day of lust. All is forgiven in Christianity and the Catholic Church, in the eyes of Christianity and the Catholic Church. In Catholicism, you just do the rosary the next day. I'm not a real religious person. I'm an atheist, actually. I'm a scientist. I'm also autistic to a certain degree on the spectrum. So I already have social awkwardness as it is. I have all these women that hit on me in person. I go out in a suit like this, I get hit on left and right. I just don't know what to say. I'm shy. I'm socially awkward. Which is why I've always been one of these people that get to know someone ahead of time first a little bit. Because then when I meet them, they're never disappointed. They get along with me because you develop that kind of rapport, And on Valentine's Day, you don't always have that opportunity. There's all these blind dates and this and that going on, and some people get lucky and some people don't. I know on Valentine's Day, late is the last thing I'm going to be getting. Despite all the fucking and sucking going on around the whole world. Because Valentine's Day is also known, not just in the United States. Just so you guys know. It started in Rome. And it just kind of spread out from there. You know what I'm saying? I was at work. And for Valentine's Day, I finally got the courage at work to tell a coworker that I would like to be her friends with benefits. And I asked her, I said, would you like to be my friends with benefits? And she said, sure, why not? So you know what I did? I signed her up. I signed her up for health care, 401ks, and even some spending accounts. That really killed the mood, by the way. And I'm going to tell you right now, I am no fucking Fred Flintstone. But I certainly will make your bed rock. And is that Cupid Zero in your pants? Or are you just happy to see me? I'm sure some of you men have had women use that line when you were eating a nice dinner with your blind date. Maybe you haven't. But I was told that once. Is that Cupid Zero in your pants? Or are you just happy to see me? And let me tell you something else. Valentine's Day is named after a saint. You know how Catholics have many different saints in Catholicism, correct? And supposedly this was a martyr for the church, whatever. I don't know the whole in-depth story. But I know that there was 1 or 2 Valentines that were killed, and that's how this holiday kind of was named after Valentine. But anyways, it may be named after a saint, but nothing I'm going to do with you tonight is going to be church sanctioned. Obviously, if the church knew what I was doing, they would fucking definitely have inquisitors shaming me, shaking their heads at me. I'd make the holy water fucking boil if I walked into a church. I swear to God. It's kind of funny to say I swear to God when I don't even believe in God. And then here I'm talking about the devil. That always used to be my nickname. For like 10 years, my friends used to say, "You're the devil in disguise." I can be quite devilish. I'm pretty playful. I'm a fun guy. That's, you know what I'm saying? And I have to admit, I've spent time with adult entertainers, and some of them have liked my company. Probably more than the money. Some of them didn't even take money from me. That's how much they like my company. So imagine what some of you ladies would do if I was on a blind date. You would be like, "Oh, wow, I get it now. I understand why women don't charge them." There's irony in everything, okay? I got one for you guys. So for Valentine's, I bought candy for my wife, okay? I really don't have a wife. I'll probably never get married again, thank God. I went through a bad divorce many years ago with a pretty corrupt judge, but eventually I overcame that too. So for Valentine's, I bought my 25-year-old hot wife, with all the curves and all the amenities, some chocolate. Usually you give flowers, you give chocolates to someone you love, correct? She's 25 years old, she's hot. And you know what? After buying her that candy, I became her sugar daddy. I did. She loves sugar, she loves chocolate, but I'm her sugar daddy now. I got one for you. So there's a wife, okay? And she says, "Honey, it's Valentine's Day. I shaved my pussy. I shaved my pussy today, just for you." And she winks and she grins at the husband. And she goes, "You know what that means, Michael?" And Michael's like, yeah. It means the fucking drain is clogged. Because as you guys know, some of us, we don't go all out shaving our goodies down there unless it's like a special occasion. Like, we gotta have an excuse. Like, oh, it's Valentine's Day? I better fucking shave the nuts. You know what I mean? One of those kind of things. And some women might be like, "I got a bush down there." But I mean, I'm telling you right now, that shit will clog your fucking drain. Where else you gonna shave? You shave on the kitchen floor, you know? Then you gotta clean the pubes up off the fucking floor, and then your animals are running through it. And pretty soon your fucking pubes are floating in the air, and you're cooking pasta, and there's a fucking pube that gets stuck in your teeth. No, man. Do not shave your pubes in the kitchen for Valentine's Day. Clog the drain. But understand, if you tell your husband you shave your poo-tang and all that kind of stuff for Valentine's Day, you know he's going to have to play the handyman and clear out that drain one way or another. There's always a price to pay, even on Valentine's Day. You know what? I had a great Valentine's Day today. Almost had a threesome. I just needed 2 more people. But I had a great time. Oh, the irony. It's nice because we're going to start winding down the show soon, everybody. But I'm really glad that I'm able to give you guys this show. And here's the thing. I love hosting this show. I don't care who attacks me, who laughs at me. Some people think that everything I say in the show is the way I live my life. And we're here to joke with you. We're here to tell jokes, have a good time. It's just a radio show, man. If you take it for what it is, you'll learn to appreciate the work that we're doing here. If you want to look into it and investigate me for further, go ahead and investigate me. I've already told you the way it is. You're not going to uncover more than what I'm fucking saying to you, because what I say to my fans, I am very truthful with my friends, my fans, and even my lovers. I'm not a dishonest guy. I have needs. I have wants. I'm just like any other human being. We all have a need to be wanted and loved and needed. And even some of us have a need for great sex. Who doesn't? So I'm not going to be sitting here ashamed of my openness. This is a talk show. This is what you get. You choose to listen to it. And so just grab your pipes. You know, like I say, grab your pipes, have a good fucking time. Because that's what this is about. It's about having a good time. And if you're not having a good time, you're not doing the right thing. Because I'm having a good time smoking my bong, my pipe, telling you guys jokes. The word of the day is less. Let's go back. The word of the day is legs. This is an old one. You guys have heard this. Let's go back to my place and we'll spread the word. And some of you guys will get these little innuendos that I'm saying. Other ones will be like, huh? What? You know what I'm saying? Now I wish you were my pinky toe. That way I could bang you on every piece of furniture in my house. Here's an old one. You're walking with your girl, you're walking down the sidewalk, and you say to her, you should sell hot dogs, because you know how to make a wiener stand. Fucking corny. But you know what? I don't fucking care. Because you know how to make a wiener stand. The irony. Here's one. You're at a bar and you're like, I'm going to get wasted tonight. Hopefully my condoms don't. Yeah, go out on Valentine's Day, say that at a bar. You might get lucky. You know, when I was a kid, we had a coach one time. A gym coach. And he looks at us in the faces and he walks around like this. And he's like, gentlemen. And we were just like 7-year-old boys. I had a friend once. He wanted sex really bad. So he went up to 20 different women. And he asked all 20 women, you want to have sex with me? And he goes, eventually he found a woman that said yes. He goes, and that's the type of persistence you need to be when you're playing sports here in gym. Because you can't give up. You just got to keep trying until someone says yes. Yeah, but that also comes with an STD and maybe even a divorce. You know what I'm saying? Little did I know that he just didn't teach us that part, you know? 7 years old, man, giving us that fucking speech. This is what you don't say on a blind date. You're prettier in person than you are in the binoculars. Yeah, that's something you probably don't want to say on a Valentine's Day date. Just like you probably don't want to say, can I wear your thighs on my ears like earmuffs? Granted, it's pretty fucking cold out. I could use some thighs right now. My fucking face is ice cold. My hands, my circulation's so bad because of arthritis and nerve problems. I'm like a dead person. That's how cold my skin is and my body is right now. Like, I need some thighs around my fucking face. Jesus. Ay, ay, ay. Here's one. You could probably say this and get away with it. Is that a mirror in your pocket? Because I see me in your pants. And it's probably not the best pickup line. I thought it was, and then I just remembered that that pickup line probably is not going to work unless you're fucking shit-faced with somebody else. Just like the one, is that a keg in your back pocket? And they're like, no. Because I sure would like to tap that ass. These are just like filthy fucking jokes. Filthy one-liners, you know? And probably not the best thing to say to your Valentine's date. But we can laugh with among ourselves, right? The police are after my penis. Can I hide it in you? Yeah. I hope the police aren't after my penis. Because then it's going to sit in evidence forever. And then it's not going to be used and I'm not going to get none. So I don't need no penises sitting in evidence, okay? The sad thing is when they make male androids, they're going to have detachable penises. They will. Like if a woman doesn't want to have sex with the android, she could just detach a penis and use it for fun, and then just put it back on. Yeah, that shit's a little too weird for fucking me. I like things attached, you know, warm-blooded and attached. If my shit's fucking coming off, I'm gone. I'll be celebrating Valentine's Day. Get it? Celebrating. See where that comes from? Your body's like a wrench. It makes my nuts torque. At least it doesn't make them twist. Because I don't know about you, but I've had some twisted nuts in my zippers before. Now I wear a lot of loose gothic pants, because fuck that shit. I don't want my nuts stuck in any zippers twisted. Fuck that. You be outdoors fucking taking a leak at a ghost town. You're not paying attention because you're filming while you're fucking peeing. I've done this. And you get the shit caught in a zipper. Not good. Trust me, folks. Keep those nuts fucking safe. I got one for you. Those must be astronaut pants. Because your ass is out of this world. You know, these are just two corny one-liners. But you know what? Hey, they might work with your wife or girlfriend. She might chuckle and laugh a little. And who knows, you might get lucky. Unlike me, who didn't get lucky last Valentine's Day. What's the chances of that? 2 different women? And I don't even get lucky? What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is going on here? And trust me, it's not because I'm an older man. Women love older, mature men. And I'm definitely an older, mature guy, but I have all the right stops and all the right cards. And I still am the most unlucky guy. So that's got to tell you how hard it is out there beyond Valentine's Day to even find a date, let alone a Valentine. But anyways, on with the show. We're almost done, folks. We're going to have some naughty Valentines before I wrap it up to close out the night. And I wanted to do it that way on purpose. This show is produced by moi. What is Angel of the Night Radio? Well, I am Angel of Thy Night Radio, where comedy meets reality. But anyways, we're live here in Carson City, the Silver State of Northern Nevada. And stay tuned, folks, because we still got a little bit of good show left before we close it out with an awesome song for the evening. And I take my leave in my suit, you know what I'm saying? And my Cyclone or whatever. This thing's awesome. You just take the top off like this. Anyways, the top is magnetic and it comes out like this. And you put your wax in the bowl like this. And you just put the top back on, man. It's just a fucking button like this. And it does different colors, but lights up and stuff so you can smoke it in the dark. And it's an awesome wax burner. You gotta appreciate that. Love 420, and I'm not going to stop. This is one of the most friendly 420 radio shows you ever come across. And we got a good fan base with a lot of cool people, too. Just keep that in mind when you listen to the show. Appreciate it for what it is. It's been around for 2 decades. Here's one you don't want to say. You come here often, you go to the bar. You come here often because I want to come right now. Because I'm about to come here right now. You don't want to say that. Could be taken the wrong way out of context. You know what I'm saying? And then you'll be labeled as a creep. Here's one. Go on a blind date, you ask a lady, you have pet insurance? Because I'm going to destroy your pussy. The fucking innuendos, man. Say, you go out on a blind date and you're like, say, you like my shirt? Just like me. You like my suit? And then you ask the lady, you know what? And she's like, what? You're like, it's made of boyfriend material. Ah, that's a good one for a blind date. And actually, that one will get a woman to chuckle and smile, and it might actually work. You may come out of this alive for Valentine's Day and less lonely, my friend. You take my advice. I give good advice to people. If you want to take it, take it. If you don't, you don't. Roses are red. Grass is green. See your legs? I want my face in between. Oh my God, this is such a dirty show. Oh, girl. Did you sit in sugar? 'Cause your ass is so sweet. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. Did you sit in sugar? Because your ass is so sweet. Yeah. Here's one. Girl, you must be a general. Because you're making my private stand at attention. So I'm going to finish off the show. I got some Valentine's cards, some dirty ones I'm going to share with you guys. And I got a couple more jokes I'm going to share, and then we're going to end the show. I didn't expect the show to last for about 5 hours, but I'm glad it did, because I wasn't sure. I was like, oh man, when I produced the show, I'm like, do we have enough content to go a couple hours? And we have enough content where we're able to go 5 hours, which is really awesome, because I've never really done a Valentine's show. I think I've done one in 20 years. And so this is really special for you guys, because it kind of, all us lost souls who are loveless and lonely, kind of, gives us something to do. It kind of puts things into perspective. We can learn to laugh about it instead. Because if you're not finding love or relationships, there's always that, my hitchhiking guide to Whoredom, correct? The one thing you're always going to want to do, too, when you get an adult escort, type in the phone number. Make sure they're not scammers. Look at reviews, that kind of stuff. Because if you end up just meeting somebody and you don't check out the phone number, you're going to get in a situation like me where I found out later this girl's got like 100 pictures of dicks in her fucking mouth, man. And she's like, $80, early bird special. I'm just like, oh my God, how can this girl want a relationship? You think if a guy finds it out, he's going to be happy that, like, he's hanging out with you, and then when he's not around and he's at work, you're like inviting dudes over and like blowing them and shit, I don't know, man. You got to make sure that in life, if you're going to have adult lifestyles, kinks, fetishes, all that stuff, you must be honest with the people around you, especially the women that you're dating or you love. And there's a lot of women that hide the fact they sleep with all these guys because they don't want to turn off Prince Charming, and they don't understand, like, what you're doing isn't right either. Because if you gave your whole and everything to Prince Charming, you'd find out that you have a lot more than probably most people, including for Valentine's, because you'll get flowers and chocolates and things like that. So don't sit there on Facebook and whine about it, because if you don't put something into something, you're never going to watch it bloom. Love is something that you can watch bloom as trust develops, and it doesn't have to be ugly. It's just people make it ugly. Even on Valentine's Day, there's a lot of people that get dumped. I had a couple friends dumped this week by men right around Valentine's. It's so sad. And I've tried to be a sympathetic person and understand that Valentine's Day can be great for some lovers, and other people just dread it. Kind of like Christmas. They just dread it. Like, oh, here we go, Hallmark holiday, one of those things. But I have some naughty Valentine's cards, and I thought they were pretty good. If I was going to give you a card, a homemade card, I would write, Monday is Moan Day, Tuesday is Tongue Day, Wednesday is Wet Day, Thursday is Thirst Day, Friday is Freak Day, Saturday is Sex Day, and Sunday is my favorite Suck Day. Here's one. This is from, like, let's say you're seeing a woman and she writes a Valentine. She says, thank you for being my Valentine. Or she says, Happy Valentine's Day. Thanks for not being a two-pump chump. Here's one. You're the only meat for my taco. It's even better when tacos are rubbing one another. But that's a matter of opinion. Here's one. Out of 7 billion faces, I only want to sit on yours. And then, of course, there's the one that you make me want to come for Valentine's Day. The thing is I've learned that sometimes you, instead of buying a Hallmark card, you can make a card with your printer, and that might be more sentimental to make something for somebody. It's about being sweet. It's not always about the money you spend. I have a lady friend that crochets or makes quilts for men she dates and cooks them dinner, and that's a pretty sweet thing to do. It's not about what you spend, Here's one. This is for the women when writing a card for men. Thank you for making my vagina wet and not my eyes. Oh, I have the F, I have the C, and I have the K. All I need is you. Get it? The letter U. Spell out fuck. Here's one. I will always hold your hand. And some other stuff too. I'd like to know what that other stuff is. Could it be Mr. Happy? You are not a chair, but I still would like to sit on you. And I would like to get this card by any woman, if possible, that says, you're the only wiener for my bun. Take that how you want. Oh, here's a good one. Without you, my life is hard. With you, I am hard. And here's one. This is a cute one. It's not that I'm horny all the time. It's that you're always so fucking sexy. There's that one too. So I thought those were some naughty, cute Valentines you guys could make up and come up with. But it's totally up to you if you want to make your loved one a card. Here I am trying to play Love Doctor. Now you know why they call me the Love Doctor. Because even though this is a naughty show and I've been naughty with my sense of humor, I'm also trying to give you guys some solid sound advice. Nobody gives better advice than me. I'm a smart guy, I'm an intelligent guy, which intimidates people. That's why people hate on me, and you're not a successful guy unless you got a pack of haters following you behind. That means you're doing something right. If I piss off enough people, well, so be it. You're listening. It's my haters that make me, it's my haters that put me on top. I'm going to tell you guys a few more jokes because I figured, you know what, we can make it an even 5 hours. I'll tell you a few more jokes and then I'm going to be on my way. But I do want to wish all of you a very safe and happy Valentine's. I want people to be safe. Even you women that want to seek whoredom, I want you to be safe. I do. I'm not a vicious person. I want everybody in life to have a good time, whether you smoke pot or involved in adult lifestyles or whatever the case is, or you fall in love and you go elope out in the jungle. I mean, my point is that this show will resonate even after I'm deceased and long gone. This show will resonate with a lot of people. Because we all can relate at one time or another. All of us have took a walk on the wild side one time or another in our life. Some haven't. You know what I'm saying? And the way I am is I prefer nice girls. I like nice, wholesome girls. Nice country girls. I like nice girls. And I have met nice adult entertainers. Not all of them have been bad. But like 80% of my experiences were pretty awful. And I found out that people are pretty horrible. And they think because they walk a little, the fine line of the dark side a little, that they have to treat people that way. And that's not how I am. I might be one dark dude, but I'm not evil. I do not mistreat people. I'm here to have a good time with you guys. You guys having a good time? This is AngelOfThyNight Radio. We're live here in Carson City. So I'm going to tell you guys some jokes before I close out the show. You guys know I like jokes. I always try to tell you guys jokes on the show. Really don't care what people think. This is a show with a lot of adult humor. Like I say, sometimes we hold a paranormal portion, not today. There's nothing paranormal about Valentine's Day. Unless you're hiding the weenie and watch it disappear. Woo! No, I'm just kidding. Okay? But anyways, there was a young woman with a possessive, vain boyfriend. And you know, for Valentine's Day, she had the best idea, to have his face tattooed on her left breast. So the guy is happy, but a bit later, he breaks up with her. Oh boy. So her next boyfriend's jealous and he demands, he says, I want my face tattooed on the other tit. She gives in. She gets a tattoo, but he breaks up with her. Oh my God. The next boyfriend, she's afraid to take her top off, but when he finally gets her to show her titties, he sees the tattoos of faces, he starts laughing uncontrollably. And when he's calmed down, she asked him what was so funny and why wasn't he mad. Says the guy, I know two dudes who in a few years will have some pretty long, stretched out faces. Look, man, gravity, I don't disagree. Gravity does take effect on everybody. That's why I laugh when I come across an app, dating apps, you get women that are prudes, and I think, you know what? Gravity's going to affect you just as much as it affects any of us all. We all got to get old sometime. So you better just be happy nowadays you don't meet a fucking crook. Because people in the adult business, a lot of them are crooks. You know, and I work for a guy that won't pay me in the adult business. Now I got another joke for you guys, okay? There's a young couple. They go out for a romantic Valentine's walk along a country road or country lane. They're walking hand in hand, and as they take a stroll, the lad's lustful desire rises to a peak. He's about to get frisky when she says, I hope you don't mind, but I need to take a leak. I need to take a piss. A leak sounds bad, because it means you have a schlong, and we don't want to give you that idea. He was slightly taken back by the vulgarities as she goes behind a nearby hedge, so nobody sees her. She nods in agreement and disappears behind the shrubbery. As he waits, he can hear the sound of her tight panties rolling down her long legs, and imagines what is being exposed. You know, his wheels are turning. He's like, oh my God. You know, unable to contain his animal thoughts a minute longer, he reaches through the gap in the bush, in the foliage. Reaches through. His hand touches her leg. He quickly brings his hand further up the thigh, and suddenly, with great astonishment, he finds himself gripping a long, thick appendage that's hanging between her legs. He shouts in horror, my God, Claudette, I had no idea you were actually a man. She goes, no, you don't understand, she replies. I changed my mind, I'm taking a crap instead. Oh, that's why we don't reach into the bush and not know what we're reaching for. Life's a mystery, full of surprises. Just like Forrest Gump said, life's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Boy, did he get some chocolate. Fucking Tootsie Rolls what he got. So a husband, for a Valentine's Day, bought his wife a pink vibrator. But the lady was resistant and said, as long as you're with me, I never have use for the vibrator. He tells her, actually, that's what I'm here to talk about. Oh, yeah, nobody wants to get dumped for Valentine's Day. Here's one. A brunette. She gets a bouquet for Valentine's Day. The other office women are admiring the flowers as they are delivered to her. What did I tell you guys about flowers? Always good to show them off to your friends at the office. Let them know, hey, I got a better man than you. You're not getting flowers. I'm getting flowers. Always good to be that type of woman. Plus, then it lets other men know that, hey, I'm a taken bitch. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, gets the flowers. She smirks and she says to the crowd of women that are gathered around, I guess this means, she says to the crowd of women that are gathered around, I guess this means I'll be spending the night with my legs in the air. The blonde then says, don't you have a vase? I got another one. This is bad. We're almost done here, folks, so bear with me. But a woman is going through the checkout in line at the night before Valentine's Day. We all do that. You know, we might go out, we might get some flowers, some cards, some chocolates, whatever. You know, that's one of the best parts of Valentine's Day is the fact that you can buy chocolate. Always a good holiday when you can get some chocolate out of it, even if you buy it for yourself, correct? Especially Lindt chocolates, oh my God. But anyways, she's in line, night before Valentine's Day. She's placing on the belt. She's got a TV dinner, a soap opera digest, 3 bottles of wine, and 3 chocolate bars. The clerk looks at her and says, I hate Valentine's Day. What about you? You must be single, right? Yeah, she goes, yeah, I'm single. She responds. She tells the clerk, how did you know? Was it the stuff I'm buying? She goes, nah, you're ugly. Oh, that's horrible. Here's the thing. I try to tell people that dating is not always about looks. The funny thing is, all the women on dating apps, they always try to go for the hottest guy, and all of them turn out to be dweebs. No relationship lasts, no friendship lasts. A lot of them complain, well, he used me for sex. Well, you gave him sex like the first night you met him or the second day you've known him. You don't have to give somebody sex for them to like you. Then you complain that you got ghosted after sex, and it's like, yeah, because those attractive guys can get unlimited amounts of women. And a really good-looking guy is going to play the field for God knows how long. And if he doesn't want to be tied down, he can play the field for 30, 40 years. Because a lot of guys age gracefully. I'm one of them. I don't age very much. I look younger than what I'm supposed to. But my point is that just because something looks good, it's kind of like this. You're on a dating app, you see a hot girl. Yeah, it looks good. Does it mean that it's going to be the best encounter of your life? It might be a nightmare. It might be a date from hell. It might be sex from hell. You might even get a disease. I'm on this one local group here in Reno, and there's already been guys that posted pictures of 3 different women that said these women sleep with all sorts of dudes, and all of them, 3 of them, all had serious STDs. And it's just like, man, it's not about looks. It's not, people have made current times about looks. It's who's hottest, who has the biggest house, the most expensive car, and I see all these women, they're 40, 50, 60 years old, they're alone because they've spent the last, being in their 20s and 30s looking for the wrong thing, all about status and looks and this and that, and then by the time they're 50, they're hitting on guys like me and being like, I want a best friend to be with me and this and that. It's like, look, man, if you were a player for fucking 20 years, don't talk to me because all that matters in life is that you have somebody you can love and care about and they can do the same and that you got each other's back. That's what matters. And these people, the way they play the game so callously, it's so different from when I grew up. People actually talked on the phone for hours, We had phones with cords, not cell phones. And I would talk to my lady friends for hours upon hours because that's how we did things back in the day. People actually went for walks and did things, and now people say, well, I just don't have the attention span to read your text or to read what you have to say, and that's sad because people are really shorting themselves really great friendships nowadays, and I always tell my friends, if you're friends, you have to be friends with somebody before you become lovers, so if you're really good friends, you'll be really good lovers. If a woman there's women I know that have a boyfriend every week. There's this woman that asked me to buy her nude pictures a couple weeks ago. She's lived with 3 guys in the last 3 weeks. Just moves guy to guy. Finds a guy, says I'm hot, gives him sex, they give her a place. Then they find holes in her story that she's fucking selling porn and sleeping around, and then they kick her out and she's back living with some other dude, And it's like, if you just find one good guy, and just stop the fucking shenanigans, you and your son would be a very happy person. But what you're doing is wrong. Because you think every hot guy and every rich guy is going to fucking take you in and give you this fairy tale Cinderella life. And, it doesn't work like that. I talk to women in their 50s and 60s, and some of them have told me they have regrets. Because they spent their life in whoredom, basically. Which is what I was talking about in my guide in the show. They've spent their life, when they want money, they prostituted themselves, or they just were on dating apps and were always trying to look for the next hot guy, and then they find out that down the road, most of those guys only wanted one thing. And when you pull sex out of the equation, all that's left is love and companionship. And nowadays, people have forgotten that because they're so out of touch. Because of social media, they're desensitized. They don't know how to communicate. And education is slipping, and all the things like morals and ethics are just out the window. And so nobody cares. People use the adult entertainment business to find suckers. Desperate people on Valentine's Day to rob them. Send me money. I'll send you my nudes. Send me money. I'll go on webcam. Send me money first and I'll meet you later and be your date. And then they scam them, run off with the money, or get somebody to get them Apple iCards or Apple cards and Google Play cards. It's just disgusting the way it is nowadays. At least in the 50s and 60s and 70s and even the 80s and the 90s, you could pull up and to a street prostitute and you could pay a reasonable price, have a good time, drop her off at her house, and never an incident. Now you got to worry about being fucking robbed, having a gun pointed at you, 2 big dudes coming out of some fucking building, or them having a schlong between their legs, and they're like, I'm a sexy woman, I bet you are. Show me the goods first. Make sure that make sure that I know what it is I'm getting, you know, and definitely not some funk, which is what I was talking about earlier. But anyways, these jokes, you know, these are some good jokes, okay? I got a really good one for you guys, because we're almost wrapping up for the night. So you guys ready for this one? On a fine Valentine's night, a married woman cheats on her husband in 9 years and is about to get caught by her husband, but she prays to God for her not to get caught. Miraculously, a genie appears and grants her the wish, but tells her you will die in 10 years by drowning. The woman accepts the deal. The husband doesn't catch her. He doesn't know that she fucked around. Surely 10 years later, the married woman's on a mega yacht for a massive hen party. And for a massive Valentine's Day party. She's forgotten her deal with the genie. Totally slipped her mind that she screwed around. Anyways, the super yacht's traveling along, hits a rock, starts to sink, and the genie appears right in front of her, and the woman spots the genie and says, remembers her deal with the genie and says, Genie, it can't be possible that you would kill all these people for me cheating 10 years. The genie replies, says, bitch, I want none of your nonsense. I've been collecting all you hoes here for the last 10 years. How many of you like Tarzan and Jane? Love Tarzan. Something pretty cool about somebody growing up in the wilderness with wolves or animals and becoming beast-like, but still having human characteristics. Tarzan and Jane, they're going to have sex for the first time. It's Valentine's Day. But Tarzan tells Jane he doesn't know how. He's like, how? You know? Jane says, look, it's very easy. Jane then explains to Tarzan the mechanics of making love. After listening, Tarzan tells Jane, Tarzan does in a trunk tree hole. Jane replies, motioning to her crotch, Tarzan, you've got it all wrong. You don't stick your schlong in a fucking hole. You know what I mean? You never stick your dick in a hole anyways. You don't know what's at the end of that hole. It's kind of like a glory hole. You stick your fucking dick in there because you got the glory hole prostitutes too. So you don't even know. I mean, if they say, oh, I'm a hot girl, never believe it. They want you to believe it's a hot girl so you pay them money. But I don't put my dick in no glory hole. I don't know if my penis is going to get fucking chopped off, bit. Who fucking knows? You don't know. You don't know. You don't even see herpes in the mouth because all you see, your dick fills the fucking hole. So, you know, you don't stick your dick in a hole of a tree because there could be a beehive, a wasp hive, and I don't want to get stung on my Mr. Happy. Yeah, I mean, a woman might like it and say, oh, it's swallowed up because it's like instant penis enlargement. I get it. You get stung, it enlarges the penis. And that is a natural way of doing it rather than an air gun or whatever. But Jesus fucking Christ, man. That's going to definitely fucking hurt. And sting. So, she tells him, don't stick your dick in the hole of the tree, right? Jane replies, motioning to her crotch. She's grabbing her crotch. She's like, Tarzan, you got it wrong. Stick it in this hole. Tarzan and Jane get naked, and Jane motions to Tarzan to insert his lovemaking tool into her crotch. Suddenly, Tarzan kicks Jane very hard in the crotch. Writhing in pain, Jane asks Tarzan, what the hell was that for? Tarzan replies, Tarzan checked for squirrels. But he sticks his dick in the hole of the tree, doesn't check for squirrels, but he kicks her and checks for squirrels. Since Jane already knows how to have fucking sex, I think Tarzan's just checking for STDs. What do you guys think? Squirrels. STDs, same thing, right? Better not be no fucking hamsters. Fucking you heard about hamster launching. I don't understand that shit either. Go to the doctor. Oh, a hamster stuck up my ass. I don't fucking think so, dude. And nothing's going up my ass. Not even a prostate exam. I one time remember a doctor stuck his 3 fingers up my ass. Why 3 fingers? For a prostate exam. It's like, yeah, something perverse is fucking going on here. My ass isn't that loose. That shit hurt. My ass hurt for 3 fucking days after that. Nothing says Happy Valentine's Day than to be at the fucking ER and they don't know what's wrong with you and they check your fucking prostate And you got some fucking creepy doctor sticking all 3 fingers up there. And it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Since then, no prostate exams that way. And if there are prostate exams, I make sure I get a female with the tiniest of fingers possible. Like a doctor that's 100 pounds, so you know her finger, you barely feel her finger. Because this doctor had fucking cock-sized fucking fingers, man. Sausage fucking fingers. And he tried to sausage my ass with those. With the sausage fingers. And I felt it. And I did not like it. And I was at the ER on Valentine's Day. And that's how I spent it many years ago. Love, man. It's for the fucking birds, folks. Some people find it, some people don't. But anyways, we're done with the show, everybody. It's a wrap. I want to say good night. I want to wish all of you a very happy, very safe, prosperous, loving St. Valentine's Day. The show has been very lucrative in the fact that we were able to put a really good production. I spent 5 hours today hosting this show, but you know what? I spent days producing it, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. Because, you know, I'm one of these guys that's pretty well known. I get producers that write me. We're about what we got going on coming up. I've been starting to add paranormal cases on my site. It's the only paranormal part of the show. I'm back to adding cases on my site. I just got done adding the Piasaw bird caves. So it's a cryptid of a giant bird that eats people or eat the tribe. I did the caves. We put that on our site. The next place is Cahokia Mounds, which was an ancient city near the Missouri River. We're going to be adding that on our site, and I'm just going to keep adding cases. I got about 400 cases I can add to the site. Each one takes a week or two. We also have some 8mm footage I set off when I had a video cam back in 2008. We did the Jubilee Mine in the ghost town of Nelson, and I did it. It was like a 2 or 3 day project, and I brought in a special video camera, and it's 8mm film. We got a company putting it all on, digitizing it so I can put it on YouTube for you guys. So you guys are going to enjoy that. That should probably get our paranormal group, or at least me, the TV show to lead a TV show that I've been wanting to. Because I get offers all the time, but I want to lead a TV show. I don't want to just be a guest for 2 minutes on some fake ghost hunting program. You know what I'm saying. So we got that coming out. It's a fascinating video. I climb over this crevice. If I would have fallen, I'd have been dead. I go swimming in this mine. The water's real deep, and I'm swimming to the other side. I mean, there's all sorts of shit on film. I can't wait to just watch it and look at it. And then plus, we got this show for Valentine's Day, so we got a lot of good stuff coming to you. There was about 20 to 30 episodes. We had to take Mike Digital's music out. We put some of our own partners and other bands in so we could start promoting them. I might be having a gig doing some stand-up comedy soon. You know what I'm saying? I'm a pretty well-known guy. I'm a self-made man. Besides my business that I do, and I make good money time to time, and other times I don't. You know, it's not about that, man. I'm just living my life, just living it the best I can live it. And the last couple years have been hard, but the last few months have been the hardest of my life. Given the fact that on Christmas Eve I did really consider ending my life. And ending it all, because I felt like I didn't have a reason to live, because I felt like nobody cared, nobody loved me, nobody wants me. And I feel like I continuously get hurt over the years, and I invest so much in the people that I love and the women that I care about, and they turn around and do something horrendous, and it just makes me become more and more bitter every time and have less and less love in my heart. And then it's like people wonder why you would rather pay for adult fun, because less hurt, less hassle, less games, less shenanigans. It's very cut and dry. Either you're going to have fun or you're not going to have fun. You're still going to be out, in your wallet. Even if you don't pay somebody, the fact is dates these days to go out to dinner will cost you $100. There's another joke I remember, a Valentine's joke, where somebody walks up and says, "Is that your wallet in your pants bulging, or are you just happy to see me?" I remember that one in my head too. But anyways, folks, I want to say good night. You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio, and we are live here in the Carson City in northern Nevada area, the Silver State, and our theme of the show, and we want to thank you for listening, is Lord Rick's Hitchhiking Guide to Whoredom. Kind of like Stardom, only it's Whoredom. And so, I kind of tried to stick with the theme for you guys. But I'm truly a showman, and I want to thank all of you for watching the show. It got a little hot, so I started unbuttoning shit, and I'm like, I promise I'm not stripping, okay? But I bought this suit, not for dating or anything like that, or meeting girls. I bought the suit for the radio show, because this show was planned a year ago. After what happened last Valentine's, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do a fucking Valentine's show on Valentine's Day. I'm going to give you guys a fucking show you'll never forget. And I hope that this show was memorable and you guys never forget it. And to promote our website, you can check us out at www.paranormalghostsociety.org. That's our website. You can go to the investigation archives. You can see all sorts of cases. We're about to add, we got thousands of hours of movies we're going to be adding on our YouTube. We're also going to have a show next month. It's going to be a roast. I'm not going to tell you who we're roasting. You're just going to have to be surprised. But, some people need to be roasted. They need to understand to learn to laugh at themselves and maybe take a good look at themselves. Which we also have a website, AngelOfThyNight /theatricalclowns /index.php. You can go to our parody site. It's basically where we take some of our haters and some of our crazy fans and people we kind of deal with, like on Facebook. I get sometimes women that try to solicit me, and it's like I thought we're friends, and then I don't send them money or spend money on nude photos or whatever the heck they want, and then they just bounce and ghost me, and it's like, well, now you're gonna end up on Theatrical Clowns, because Theatrical Clowns was made to expose people so they could take a good look at themselves. They have a way of getting off, but they got to send a 2-minute apology video and understand what it is, what they did wrong, and then be on 6 months of good behavior. Because if you're stalking me and hating me and there's been people that have been creating fake accounts of me, using my show to create voice, sending it to an AI, where people are actually, now you can put your voice into an AI online, and it'll make you say all kinds of things. Like I was watching the football memes, and Patrick Mahomes is like, I got stuffed in the ass by the Buffalo Bills, or blah, blah, blah. And he never said those things. But AI nowadays all you do is send clips from somebody's video or show, and the AI recreates your voice to say things you didn't say. And people are creating fake accounts and going on YouTube or Facebook groups, and they're slandering me, they're libeling me, and if you see this kind of shit, ignore it, because they're just fucking jealous of my success. And I am a successful guy. I'm a successful stand-up comedian. I'm a successful talk show host. I'm a successful paranormal investigator. I'm also successful in my career and everything I do in life. And I try to tell people this is how I view life. I'd rather spend time with my dog than most women nowadays, because chances are you want to join my OnlyFans or you get solicited, and it's like I'm too old for that shit. I used to party pretty hard sometimes back in the day, here and there, and party with girls and everything else. It's like I'd rather spend time with my dog. He talk, he's peaceful. My dog and I spend almost 90% of my time together I spend with both my rescue dogs, and I wouldn't have it any other way. People say, well, aren't you lonely, this and that? No, I enjoy spending time with my dogs. And my dog goes everywhere. He goes to work with me. He comes home with me. We hang out and play games together. I play video games. And animals sometimes make better companions than people. So if you're lonely for Valentine's Day and you feel like you have nobody and you're alone, I've seen some women on my Facebook talking about killing themselves. It's like, look, man. Look. Try to look at, instead of suffer, and try to understand pain and suffer and the difference between the two. And you're choosing to suffer. And I try, when I suffer and I'm in pain because I suffer from serious depression, I try to turn to comedy. Or I try to turn to my pets and taking care of them and taking my dog to the park and hiking. And I try to get involved in my paranormal work and my scientific research. And even producing a show like this can do wonders and help somebody's psyche out like me. And it'll help you by listening to it. And if you feel down and out, just tune on in to Angel of the Night Radio. But anyhow, folks, I am out of here. I want to say good night, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. We always try to start our show with a song. We try to end the show with a song. And sometimes when I was DJing or hosting the show, I might play songs throughout the episode, like every hour or so. But I knew that we had a long show and I didn't want to fill it with a bunch of music. So I decided to just pump out the episode as much as I can for the last 5 hours. And I'm beat. I'm ready to go eat dinner. I'm ready to chill to a good horror movie. Maybe put on a fire and a log in the fireplace. That's what it's about. This Valentine's Day is going to be a nightmare, man. We got like a major snowstorm coming. All those people out there blind dating and trying to meet may not even be able to connect because we live in the mountains. There'll be chain controls and all sorts of shit going on. It'll be a nightmare. And hopefully everybody's safe. That's the main thing. And even be safe. And use my guide. Use my hitchhiking guide to Whoredom. So that you don't make the same mistakes that maybe I possibly have made or gotten myself into. Because I have a tendency to get myself in trouble here and there. I'm pretty good at it, actually. Sometimes I just do it on purpose because I'm like one of those people that likes to throw the chips in the air and see how they fall, you know. But we got a big year going on. We got a lot of good things going on. Next month we'll come back for our roast. Our St. Patty's Day roast. And then there'll be probably a while until I host another episode of Angel of the Night Radio. I thought about doing a shish kebabs cooking show to teach you guys how to make my famous shish kebabs, but that won't be till probably the spring. So I'm going to head on out of here. I want to say peace out. Much love to my fans, my friends, those listening. You guys have been great. I appreciate you sitting down, taking the time to listen to the show. I want to wish everybody a very peaceful but playful and fun St. Valentine's. You may never look at Valentine's the same after listening to this show, but this is a place where truth and comedy collide. This is your host, Lord Rick. Good night, folks, and peace out. You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast, I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got
got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.